depending on where you are joining us from, we are happy to have you on the call, and we are also happy that the day we have all been waiting for has finally come. Okay, so as we gradually kick off today's very important conversation, I would like to get to know whom we have on the call, right? So please make good use of the chat room. Make good use of the chat room. Tell us your name and where you are joining us from. And also, please do confirm that I am audible. Can someone please confirm that I am very audible at your end?
Yes,
It
clearly.
could be a thumbs up or you put.
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so yes, let's get to know ourselves. We're going to have a wonderful time on the call today, but we have to get to know ourselves. All right, so please put in the chat room your name and where you are joining us from. My name is Edith Ugochukwu, and I am the Chief Operating Officer at A4S. All right, so please do tell us your name and where you are joining us from in the chat room. Let's get to know ourselves, all right? Great, okay. Samson Bello from Lagos, Uthman from Lagos, all right? Okay. Rabia, I see you. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay, yes, please, let's have it. Feel free to introduce yourself in the chat room. Tell us where you are joining us from, as well as your name. Thank you, Chinwe from Abuja, James from Abuja, Derek from Nigeria, Babatunde from UK. Interesting. Eric from Abia State. Good. How about the rest of us? Please make use of the chat room. Okay, make good use of the chat room. Let's get to know ourselves as we gradually kick off this long-awaited conversation. I call this a conversation because it is a topic that concerns every one of us. So we are all going to contribute, we're going to learn together, and we're going to have a wonderful time on the call. So if you're just joining us, we are still taking the introductions. Tell us your name and where you are joining us from. Tell us your name and where you are joining us from. All right, and please confirm that you can see my screen from your end and it is very clear. Ogechi, is it clear at your end?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, great. Okay, so if you're just joining us, we want to get to know you, your name and where you are joining us from. Okay, thank you. A lot of people from Lagos. Okay, I want to see people from Ghana. Don't we have people from Ghana here on the call? Okay, aha. All right, I see someone from South Africa. Now I am happy. Okay. On the call, and please tell us your name and where you're joining us from. Okay, tell us your name and where you're joining us from. Okay, Prince from Abuja, great. We are very happy and excited to have you all on the call. And please, if you are on the call and you have you wish to share your learning on any social media platform, please use any of these hashtags. Hashtag APSBGRC 2026 and hashtag African Perspectives. Okay, and on Instagram, feel free to tag the APS platform if you are on Instagram. All right. Okay, please, we are still getting to know ourselves. introduce yourself and tell us where you are joining us from. Okay, and I would be your very delighted host today, and I'll be with you from the beginning to the end. So you might be seeing my face more often, as well as the rest of my team members. Okay, so once again, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, and we wouldn't want to waste any single minute and would get straight to what we have for you today. So good morning once again, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, depending on where you are joining us from. Okay, all our distinguished guests, respected thought leaders, industry experts, and change makers. Okay, let me start with a simple but powerful truth, right? No economy thrives where integrity is weak, right? And no organization succeeds sustainably without strong governance, risk, and compliance. And that is why today matters. All right. So welcome to African Perspectives, the Business GRC Summit 2026, where we are not just discussing systems, we are shaping the future of how Africa governs, manages risks, and builds trust. Okay, our theme is strengthening Africa's business integrity through governance, risk, and compliance. All right, and this speaks directly to the challenges and opportunities before us. Across the continent, organizations are facing rising regulatory demands, evolving risk landscapes, and increasing pressure for transparency. And in this reality, GRC must move beyond checklists and box ticking, right? GRC must become strategic, integrated, and proactive. Governance must drive accountability at the highest level. Risk management must shift from reactive to predictive. And compliance must evolve into a tool for building credibility, not just avoiding penalties. But here is the real opportunity. Africa is not behind. Africa is positioned to leapfrog outdated systems, positioned to build agile, resilient institutions, and positioned to embed integrity at the very core of our growth story. Today's summit is a platform for exactly that. And through our keynote sessions and panel discussions, we will exchange insights, challenge conventional thinking, and explore how integrated GRC frameworks can strengthen our institutions and economies. So I encourage you, engage fully, ask bold questions, share your perspectives, and connect meaningfully, because the future of Africa's business landscape will not be shaped by chance. It will be shaped by intentional governance, intelligent risk management, and uncompromising compliance. So once again, welcome everyone, and let's build a stronger, smarter, and more resilient African system together. All right, so before I proceed to welcome or invite the first speech this morning, I would like to quickly tell us what we do at A4S and who we are at A4S. A4S is a professional service firm that has supported over 500 clients for more than 15 years, providing independent, objective, and high-quality audit, advisory, assurance, and assessment services and solutions across Africa. And we are guided by professionalism, independence, and objectivity, supporting organizations to achieve compliance, strengthen governance, and create long-term value. And our multidisciplinary expertise enables us to support organizations in building strong track records in areas such as governance, risk management, compliance, performance improvement, and audit services, and in strengthening their systems, improving operational efficiency, and achieving regulatory alignment. Our expertise span two major categories. We have the governance, performance, risk, compliance, and audit services, and we have the monitoring, evaluation, and assessment services. And through our monitoring, evaluation, and assessment services arm, A4S delivers ESG reporting services, SDG integration, and impact assessment, and capacity building for sustainable development. As a specialist in business GRC, A4S helps business to implement governance framework development, enterprise risk management systems, compliance audit and gap analysis, internal control structuring, ISO-aligned management systems, board and executive advisory. And we align and combine global best practices with deep understanding of the African business landscape. We build systems that work and not documents that sit on the shelf. So today, the theme for today's summit is strengthening Africa's business integrity through governance, risk, and compliance. This summit is a virtual summit that seeks to bridge the dialogue between regulators and regulatory entities, promoting alignment, trust, and sustainable governance outcomes across Africa. It is a Pan-African platform designed to foster high-level dialogue between regulators, enforcement bodies, policymakers, and business leaders on corporate governance, risk management, and compliance. This African perspective is focused on advancing practical business-aligned approaches to corporate governance, enterprise risk management, regulatory compliance, audit assurance, fraud controls, and forensic oversight. So ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the opening speech this morning, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Muyiwa Olubajo, who is the Managing Director of Training Heights Limited, and his speech will be directed towards why business integrity and GRC matters for Africa's future. And he is speaking on behalf of our CEO and Managing Partner, Dr. Orlando Olumide Odejide. Now, Mr. Muyiwa is the General Manager of Training Heights, overseeing the organization's operations in Nigeria and Canada. He is an accomplished business and learning development manager with over a decade of experience supporting organizations in building competence across information technology and business management domains. He specializes in personal skills assessment, capacity planning, and training roadmap development, ensuring that workforce development initiatives are strategically aligned with organizational objectives. And over the years, he has successfully worked with clients across multiple industries, including oil and gas, telecommunication, banking, and the public sector, helping them enhance performance through structured capability development program. He is a certified business manager, Prince 2, project management practitioner, ITIL, service management professional, and ISO 9001 and ISO 27001 implementer with a strong commitment to quality management, governance, and continual improvement. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Mr. Muyiwa Olubajo. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Muyiwa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
The floor is yours.
Good morning, yeah. Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here. Please confirm I'm audible and you can hear me clearly.
Yes, very audible, very audible.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. And it's a pleasure to be amongst the distinguished ladies and gentlemen on the call. Are we all excited to be here? If you're excited, a show of hands, reactions, claps, and what is it that Zoom can give us for that? So let me quickly share my screen. Do I have the permission to do that?
Oh, please ensure he has the permission to do that.
Okay, I think I do.
Please go ahead.
Awesome. Please, can you host? Okay, hold on one second. Can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen, please.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much. I'm delivering this speech on behalf of Dr. Olumide Odejide Orlando, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm honored to be chosen as the person who will be delivering this speech. So thank you very much for having me. And let's quickly go to distinguished guests and leaders, fellow professionals, ladies and gentlemen. I have said it for years. Hold on 1 second. All right. I've said it for years, and I will say it again today. The lack of appropriate governance is the root of all global, continental, national organization, and even personal evil. When governance
so it is also connected to the central unit, same as us.
Opportunities evaporate and potential remains buried.
Okay.
But when governance is strong, everything else becomes possible. That is why we are here. That is why the theme of this gathering is strengthening Africa's business integrity through governance, risk, and compliance. Could not be more urgent and more helpful. Today, my opening speech is on why business integrity and GRC matter for African future. All right. Africa is not a continent waiting for charity. Africa is a continent waiting for character. We have the youngest population on earth, abundant national resources, explosive entrepreneur energy, and a demographic dividend that the rest of the world can only envy. Yet, too often, that potential is held back by the very thing we are talking about: weak organizational integrity and suboptimal governance, risk, and worth and compliance. Let me broaden the lens slightly, as I often do in my own work. Today, I want to speak about organizational integrity and optimal GRC as 5 inseparable, non-negotiable pillars. These are not nice to have. They are sacrosanct and unaccessible if Africa is ever to become who and what it is destined to be. All right. Let's go to the top 5 pillars: organizational integrity, corporate governance, enterprise risk management, compliance, and worth, and sustainability. All right. Number 1, let's quickly get to the number 1, which is the organizational integrity, the first pillar. Integrity is the soul of every institution. It is the invisible force that determines whether people can trust your word, your system, your reporting, your intention. Integrity is what guides decision when no one is watching. It is what keeps leaders honest in the face of pressure. It is what protects organizations from becoming successful on the outside while decaying on the inside. Across Africa, the cost of integrity failure is enormous. The presentation reminds us that Sub-Saharan Africa's average score on the 2025 Corruption Perception Index is only 32 out of 100. And that corruption drains at least $10 billion every year from the African economy. Those are not just statistics. They represent schools not built, hospitals not equipped, jobs not created, and futures delayed. Integrity is not soft value. It is what? An economic asset. All right. Let's move on to the second pillar. Try to share my screen. Okay. All right. Are we all together? The second pillar is the corporate governance, which is the architecture of accountability. It is the framework that determines how decisions are made, how power is exercised, how leaders are overseen, and how organizations remain aligned to purpose. Good governance is not about bureaucracy for its own sake. It is about stewardship. It is about ensuring that authority is balanced by responsibility and that ambition is balanced by what? By discipline. Where governance is strong, confidence grows. Investors feel safer. Employees feel protected. customers feel respected, and partners what feel reassured. And where governance is weak, the opposite happens. Confusion rises, misconduct spread, trust evaporates. I have an example of on our continent that shows what is possible. Countries such as Botswana and Rwanda, surprised Nigeria is not here, and institutions such as Nedbank and Standard Bank demonstrates that stronger governance creates a real dividend, a governance dividend that attracts confidence and strengthens performance. And the third one, of course, which is what the enterprise risk management. We're living in the age of uncertainty. Volatility is no longer the exception. It is the environment. Economic shocks, geopolitical tensions, cyber threats, regulatory changes, reputational crises, environmental stress, and even social instability has now shaping the landscape in which Africa institution operates. In such a world, risk management cannot remain a back office exercise. It cannot be treated as a compliance formality. It must become part of strategic leadership. Organizations that understand risk clearly are better prepared to respond, to adapt, to recover, and also to grow. Risk intelligence helps leaders avoid preventable losses, identify new opportunities, build resilience into the art of decision-making. For Africa, this is very essential. We do not need to fear risk, but we must learn to govern it wisely. All right. And the fourth one, which is what? The compliance. Compliance, too often people hear the word compliance and think, the box ticking, legal burden, or administrative inconvenience. But the true compliance is far from that. Compliance is the discipline that protects reputation. It is the structure that ensures organization acts within the law, uphold ethical standards, and meet the expectations of regulators, investors, customers, and even the society. In deeply interconnected world, no organization can afford to dismiss compliance as secondary. Whether we are dealing with anti-corruption rules, financial reporting standard, data protection requirements, procurement controls, or even environmental obligation, compliance is now central to credibility. Indeed, no one can argue that in today's business environment, compliance is not merely defensive. It is strategic. It is a competitive advantage. Organizations that comply consistently are more trusted, more investable, more sustainable over the long term. And the last but not the least is sustainability. Sustainability is in Africa is not only confronting the classic challenges of governance and corruption. We are also on the front line of global issues such as climate change, inequality, youth unemployment, and social vulnerability. That means the future of Africa business cannot be separated from the future of African society. Sustainability is not an optional add-on to governance. It is governance extended into the future. It asks whether our institutions are creating value that can endure. It asks whether our growth is responsible, whether our systems are fair, and whether our strategies are preparing the next generation for stability rather than crisis. Sustainability is where integrity meets legacy. It is where leadership proves whether it is merely profitable or truly purposeful. Ladies and gentlemen, these 5 pillars, organizational integrity, corporate governance, enterprise risk management, compliance, and sustainability are not separate initiatives. They are the interlocking foundation of optimal GRC. When they are strong, the African government attracts responsible investments. African boards build resilient companies. African leaders inspire what confidence, and African professionals become the global standard. Africa does not need more speeches like my own. Africa needs more stewards. We need government that puts integrity first, boards that demand excellence in GRC, not just box ticking, leaders who model it daily, and professionals who refuse to accept anything less. The destiny of our continent is not written in our challenges. It is written in our choices, the one that we make on a daily basis. Let today be the day we choose collectively and individually to move organizational integrity and optimal GRC to the absolute front burner, not just in words, but in budgets, in policies, in culture, and in our everyday decisions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I look forward to the conversations, the commitments, and the actions that follow. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, over to you, Edith. Are you there? Okay, all right. I think Edith is strong. Okay, go ahead, Ogechi. Go ahead. We can't hear you. You need to unmute. I don't think we can hear you still.
Oh, but now can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Network is kind of acting up. Thank you so much, Mr. Muyiwa, for that excellent opening speech and for setting the tone for today's summit. We really appreciate having you on the call. Please hold on. We'll have to play a video now.
In today's business environment, uncertainty is no longer the exception, it is the norm. From regulatory pressure to operational risks, from governance failures to compliance penalties, organizations across Africa are facing increasing scrutiny and complexity. The question is no longer, are you growing? The real question is, are you growing sustainably, ethically, and in control? At A4S, we provide expert business governance, risk, and compliance services designed to strengthen your organization from the inside out. We support organizations to strengthen corporate governance structures, identify, assess, and manage enterprise risks, build robust internal control systems, ensure regulatory and statutory compliance, align operations with international standards, and enhance transparency, accountability, and stakeholder trust. Whether you are a growing SME, a large corporate organization, a public institution, or a non-profit, weak governance and unmanaged risks can quietly erode performance, reputation, and profitability. At A4S, we don't just identify problems, we design practical, implementable solutions tailored to your industry and operational reality. Our business GRC services include governance framework development, risk assessment and risk register design, compliance audit and gap analysis, internal audit support, policy and SOP development, board advisory and governance training, ISO-aligned system implementation support. We combine global best practices with deep understanding of the African business landscape. Strong governance is not a luxury. Risk management is not optional. Compliance is not negotiable. If your organization is ready to build resilience, strengthen integrity, and drive sustainable performance, we are ready to partner with you. Contact A4S today to discuss how our business GRC services can support your growth journey. Contact us today at info@a4sonline.com or call the numbers displayed on your screen.
All right, thank you so much. So at this time, we would have to start spotlighting our valued partners that have been with us all through this journey from the start of this to this point. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, so for the first on our list here is Training Heights. Training Heights is a certified professional training provider specializing in CISO, VMware, Citrix, Microsoft IT management, and business management courses. Renowned for excellence in professional development, Training Heights equips individuals and organizations with technical and managerial skills needed to enhance performance and driving innovation. InfoAssure was founded to bridge, our second partner here is InfoAssure. InfoAssure was founded to bridge a critical gap in the African cybersecurity landscape, providing organizations, both large and small, with enterprise-grade security solutions that are practical, affordable, and business-focused. Today, InfoAssure is recognized as one of the region's fastest-growing cybersecurity and IT GRC firms. Please be informed that you can reach out to them through their website as seen on the screen to get more information about their services. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, so the number 3 on our list is the Rablo Woods Counter Fraud Center. Rablo Counter Fraud Learning Center is a leading anti-fraud and compliance-focused training and consulting firm dedicated to strengthening institutional integrity across Africa. For over 13 years, they have served as the sole authorized trainer of the ACFE and the exclusive provider of the CFE exam review course in West Africa, empowering over 1,000 certified fraud examiners across Africa and globally. Through bespoke training, executive masterclass, and industry-focused programs, they equip professionals with the skills to detect, prevent, and combat fraud and financial crime. They partner with regulators, financial institutions, organizations to build resilient systems and promote ethical standards across the continent. Please be informed that you can reach out to them via the WhatsApp line as seen on the screen. Also, you can email them at info@rablowoods.com or check their website for further inquiries as regards to services that they offer. So the fourth on our list is the Association of Governance, Risk and Compliance, AGRC. AGRC is a global professional body committed to advancing excellence in GRC. They provide certifications, training, and a collaborative platform that equips professionals and organizations to manage risk, ensure compliance, and uphold strong governance practice. The website is right here on the screen. You can also go ahead to check out their services and reach out to them. Thank you. The first speaker, please. All right, so now to our first keynote speaker. Our first keynote speaker, as in here, is Mr. Theo Arieh. He's the Chief Risk Officer at GC Bank PLC, and he'll be delivering the keynotes on governance, risk, and compliance as foundations for business integrity. Theo Arieh is a seasoned risk management executive, chartered banker, and professional mining engineer with 27 years of experience across banking and international markets. His expertise includes enterprise risk management, corporate and retail credit, project finance, credit operations, credit audits, collections and recoveries, and process optimization. He currently serves as Chief Risk Officer at GCB Bank PLC, Ghana, where he leads the development of a robust risk framework to ensure regulatory compliance, supports strategic decisions, and enhance the bank's long-term sustainability. Prior to this, he was Associate Corporate Credit Director at Barclays Bank PLC in Dubai, overseeing credit sanctioning across several African markets. He has also held senior roles at GHL Bank, Fruit National Bank, and EcoBank Ghana. Theo hosts an MBA from the University of Lancashire and is an alumnus of London Business School. Thank you, Mr. Theo, for joining us on this call today. We're really glad to have you here, and we can't wait to draw from your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. Please, the floor is yours. Kindly give him a round of applause in the chat box and make some reactions. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much for the privilege to join us. Let me just take this time and see how I can quickly share my screen, and please let me know when you can see my screen. Please confirm if my screen is showing.
No, sir, you are yet to share the screen, but we can see you.
I'm sharing, actually.
All right.
Okay, just a minute, please, as I redo this. Please confirm if it's showing now.
Yes, it is.
All right, so thank you very much for the privilege to get to be a part of this very august gathering. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on your GPS coordinates on the face of this earth. Let me begin by saying a big thanks to Dr. Orlando Odejide and the team at A4S for the good work you are doing by creating this platform for us to get to reflect on the great resources that we have on this continent and how we can lead with excellence. We celebrate your good works. This meeting will contribute to the ongoing conversations about how we strengthen African businesses through the foundations of integrity and its links to governance, risk management, and compliance. Africa is ready for great things, I believe that, and we should position ourselves to lead with excellence and integrity. Let me begin by throwing a challenge at us by asking, what do you stand for as an individual? Our first speaker did touch a lot on issues around business integrity. And I want to draw our attention to the need to consider that what we stand for would actually define our legacy. The image you see on the screen is that of a board chair of a leading bank in India who said that certain events in the boardroom are not aligned, they are not in congruence with his personal values and ethics. And for that reason, he resigned. That reflects what he stands for. And my question to ask this morning is, what do we stand for? If you don't stand for something, your business will fall for anything. So let us collectively, in re-echoing the message of our first speaker, make integrity our non-negotiable anchor. The goal for this session I'm taking with us is very simple. The thrust of my message is this. It is to show that where personal integrity meets the GRC frameworks, business integrity follows. In other words, if you want business integrity, you don't just focus on the GRC framework, but you focus on personal integrity as the key ingredient into the GRC framework that then builds on to give us business integrity. In botanical terms, business integrity is our fruit that we desire. The GRC framework is the stem and the branches, and personal integrity is the root. Governance sets your direction, risk management protects your hard work, and compliance keeps you within the boundaries of success. And this is the roadmap to a business that lasts. So let us ask, what is integrity? In the words of the celebrated missionary who has gone on ahead, integrity means being trustworthy and dependable. It is about a character that is above reproach. Integrity is about honesty, being truthful. It's about accountability, doing what you said you will do. It is that simple. It is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. It is doing in private what you will do in public. So what is integrity? I want us to look at the power of examples. And I'm going to request you to do a very simple exercise, all for yourself. I'm going to show you some images and you will have to vote yay or nay. I show you the image and then you vote yay or nay. Nothing more than that. So here we go. Yay or nay. Yay or nay. We saw Donald Trump. Is it yay or nay? Mahatma Gandhi. Is it yay or nay? Nelson Mandela. Is it yay or nay? Vladimir Putin. Is it a yay or a nay? Integrity is a flag. It is hoisted in the airs of life. As we walk the streets of Accra to Lagos, from Nairobi to Cape Town, whether we like it or not, we are reflecting the flag of integrity. The images we see spark different debates on leadership and consistency. People see us and they know us for what we stand for. But let us be real. Integrity does not always come naturally. Why do we wear wedding rings? And why do we lock our doors at night? If I may, we use these frameworks in our personal lives because we know the struggle with integrity is real. Analogously, business GRC is just the lock and the ring for our corporate lives. And so I'm calling on all of us on this call not to waste this opportunity we have. I'm calling on all of us to commit to be leaders of character for the sake of Mother Africa, for the sake of the businesses that have been set up, for the sake of the businesses that we are yet to set up. The requirement is for us to be persons of integrity. Your integrity is your strongest voice. Your integrity is your truest CV. Ethical leadership sets the tone for honesty and fairness across every department of our lives. When we lead with integrity and a mindset that is focused on ethics, it naturally then feeds into the development of policies that guide our businesses to greatness. And look at the wreckage of those who have ignored this critical element of personal integrity. As we were told in our first talk, for every infringement on the requirement to be people of integrity, we deny some poor boy or some poor girl somewhere an opportunity to go to school, to get good drinking water or sound health care. So Barron's Bank, to go beyond the shores of Africa, by way of example, wiped out over 827 million pounds. At the time, it was about $1.3 billion in losses. Enron lost billions in value and pensions in investments of people. And if I will bring you closer home to Men's Gold in Ghana, it was a Ponzi scheme that led to thousands of people losing life savings because they were promised outrageous monthly returns. Words fail me, and time will not permit me to talk about the Epstein files, which are all on the internet now, and look at the sheer caliber of persons who are associated with this case. Ladies and gentlemen, integrity counts. Ladies and gentlemen, think about what mommy taught you and what daddy taught you, and let us live right. There is a case to be made for integrity in Africa. In the African context, corruption is entrenched but transparency can be our new currency to blow away the foul winds of corruption. Because investors are no longer just looking at profit, they require transparency and they require sustainability. Ethical businesses are magnets for investments and they dramatically reduce the reputational risks. Let us move Africa from the backwaters and from the backgrounds of conversations to the table where decisions are made. And so, having recognized the challenges with personal integrity, we now ask ourselves, how do we make the case on the journey towards business integrity? And that is where the case for the GRC framework comes in. How do we fix the issue with integrity when we have so many people working in an organization? The GRC framework comes to the rescue. It starts at the top and provides the training that employees need to navigate ethical dilemmas. It creates a culture of open communication and trust. Think of governance as our leadership compass. It requires clear organizational structure and a strong board of directors. For when you have a strong accountability and a culture of integrity, your employees then feel safe to speak up. As clear as the need for governance is, we don't always get it right. There are pain points that come with seeking to execute the mandate of governance. I call them the compass destroyers. Imagine you are traveling on the streets of Abuja and the GPS you're using is not functioning well and you don't know your way from Abuja to Abeokuta. Imagine you are driving from Cape Town to Durban and you don't know your way and your GPS is not functioning right. We must address challenges that relate to board competency gaps. I have served in organizations where I have seen some really strong people who are serving diligently with a commitment of true Africans. And I've also met board members and I've asked myself, how did these people get to sit at the table? There are dangers with founder control. People found organizations, they employ people, but they would never allow them to bring their professionalism and expertise to the table. Words fail me. Time will not permit me to talk about political influence. Right here in Accra, there's a case that we are dealing with. A member of parliament, for all sorts of reasons, has made a strong move to get the head of a secondary school removed. For what reason? She made a request around getting students to be seated in a vehicle clad in party colors, and the head teacher says, no, this cannot happen. She was under pressure, we hear, to admit students who did not qualify. And she says, it is not good for the children to be admitted when they don't qualify. The member of parliament says, I will not have any of this. And she has moved to have the head removed. This is what we are talking about, political influence. When we allow conflicts of interest or board management tension to fester beyond acceptable limits, the compass fails. Fellow Africans, let us keep in mind, we have these compass destroyers, and we should not let them destroy the compass of good governance. The next element of the GRC I want to touch on is risk management. Risk management is as much about a protection system as it is a business enabler. And we must consistently and constantly ask, what can go wrong? And what am I doing about it? In my life as a risk management professional, combined with my background as an engineer, I can tell you this. What can go wrong will go wrong. It is just a matter of time. We need a culture of reporting risks so that they cannot be exploited. And this must be on a consistent basis. As critical as risk management is, we don't always have it working well. Why? because usually there's a lack of structured framework or a clear risk appetite that answers the questions, how do you manage risk in this organization? If you cannot answer the question, how do you manage risk in this organization in a manner that is clear to all critical stakeholders, you are headed for trouble. As Africans, if we run businesses and we don't have clear definitions of risk appetite, which answers the question, how much risk are you willing to take? And how much risk are you able to take? We are headed for destruction. If we cultivate a wrong risk culture and we have inadequate data and tools, then we are vulnerable. We need consistent reviews. They are our only shield. The last C of the GRC framework I want to touch on briefly is compliance. It is our accountability mechanism. It keeps everyone humble and true. It asks the simple question, are we following the rules? Or are we using our influence from the seat of government to distort laid down procedures? For compliance to work well, we need cross-functional cooperation. It is not just a legal problem to be left with the legal department. We need internal rules that support the legal requirements and ongoing training to keep them alive. We need to have a view of both the internal rules and the external requirements from our regulators. Once again, there are pain points that come with compliance. The hurdles to compliance often relate to low awareness culture and siloed ownership in the organization. We need a world of constant regulatory monitoring. And in a world today where regulatory changes are very frequent, we need to be very proactive, because being reactive would be a recipe for disaster. In Ghana today, as we speak, we're having reduced, compressed margins that reduces our ability to absorb losses. And with that is coming a whole range of changes in regulations, and we need to ensure that we remain in compliance. We need a real-time visibility of this. And so I have simplified the GRC framework and linked it to personal integrity as a route for obtaining the desired fruits of business integrity. Having said so, I will be the first to admit that the world of business and the implementation of the GRC framework is far more involving than I have made it. And I want to show you a picture before someone says, I have made it too simplified. I want to show you an image to reflect the reality that I do recognize that it can be a very challenging environment. So what you see is just an image to bring home the fact that I do recognize that the world of GRC can be complex, but with dedication and commitment, we together can make this happen. This is how it all fits together. Governance guides decision-making. Risk management provides proactive problem solving, and compliance reduces violations. Together, they feed into the core of our business processes to create business integrity and trust. Where have we come from and where have we landed? We began by saying our desired fruit is business integrity, and our root is personal integrity, and the stem and the branches are the GRC framework. Our desired outcome is business integrity, and the critical ingredient is personal integrity, and the machine that churns all these out is the GRC framework. We have seen how GRC leads to an ethical culture, stakeholder confidence, and enhanced reputation. This is how we achieve sustainable performance. And remember this lesson, fellow Africans. Personal integrity drives business integrity. A business has no soul of its own. It simply reflects the integrity of the people leading and managing it. The standards we adopt will define our reputation. I urge you, as I urge myself, to be men and women of integrity who value governance and risk management and compliance for business integrity. Let us live here committed to being leaders who live above approach. And let us live by what Mommy and Daddy taught us. Thank you very much, and please enjoy the rest of the program. God bless you. Over to you, Edith.
Well. Thank you so much, Mr. Theo. That was a very, very insightful section. We're really glad to have you join us today. I mean, it was all loaded from top to finish. We were really glad to have you. Thank you so much. However, we have some questions for you, Mr. Theo, that we would want you to quickly address before we go. So the first question here is, if personal integrity truly drives business integrity, how can organizations practically measure or assess the integrity of their leaders beyond just performance results? Did you get that, or should I come again?
Thank you very much. That's a very important question. I cannot see the chat box, so I'll be depending on you. As a matter of fact, trying to answer the question of personal integrity has plagued societies for centuries. What I found helpful is that beyond measuring the objective performance objectives in organizations, it's important that we also have a component of assessment that addresses the how it is done. It will not be a system that is flawless, but it helps when we define the key elements. Often they are reflected in our values and how we want to behave in an organization. It helps when we have a 360 framework where the persons we interact with will feed back into us as critical stakeholders, and they'll give their views in terms of how we have shown respect, how we have reflected integrity, how we have offered them service, how we have held on to excellence, how we have been good stewards, and so on and so forth. And it contributes to the effort. But the issue of personal integrity is really a matter of the heart. And the heart of man is deceitful above all things. Who can understand it? The good book says. There's really no art for determining the mind's construction on the face, but we use these systems to help us on the best effort basis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Theo. So we have one more question for you. And the question says, in environments where corruption is deeply entrenched, what realistic step can African businesses take to transition towards transparency without losing competitive advantages?
Thank you very much. I have just recognized that my battery is going off. Just give me a second to plug my charger in before it goes off.
All right, so it's fine.
So thank you very much. That's another loaded question. Corruption has plagued many countries, and Africa is well in the line of fire when we come to finger corruption. Fighting corruption is a difficult task. And when you set out to fight corruption, corruption will fight you. I can tell you that for free. It helps when the tone is set from the top. The fish, we say in Africa, starts getting rotten from the top. When we elect leaders who are corrupt, and in the course of electing these leaders, we take from them T-shirts. It depends on the context. But I have seen situations where leaders give T-shirts and they give material items. Recently in Ghana, it was on the news that someone has been giving people television sets so they can vote for them. When we vote for the wrong people by receiving from them what we should not receive, when they get into office, we should expect to continue receiving from them what we should not receive. Except at this time, the coin will be flipped. For every one T-shirt we receive, and for every one television set we receive, for every 2-bedroom flat apartment we receive, in some posh parts of the city, we should know that we are going to deny a poor girl in the village access to good drinking water and healthcare. So it starts from the top. If as a people, we will hold our leaders accountable by ensuring we vote for the right people, it would be a good step. Secondly, it helps when we have established codes of conduct and relevant laws that would punish. Unfortunately, we either don't have the laws or we have them, but we don't implement them. I will be the first to admit that this is an age-old battle. At times, the system is so corrupt that we can actually come across as helpless. But let me tell you something. There's a proverb. Africans, we do a lot of talking in proverbs. There's a proverb I heard from the northern part of Ghana. It says that no matter how beautiful you are, you still have to take your bath. The point is this: no matter how great we think Africa is, we have to recognize that we need to go and have our bath. There's a lot of work that we need to do. These are my thoughts, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Atiu. That was very loaded, I must say. All right, thank you so much for that insightful section. Please, would definitely stop here with the questions. But if you have any questions for Mr. Atiu, do well to leave it in the chat room and we'll answer him. Please give us the honor to, respond to as many questions as you can answer as regards what you have presented to us today. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to have you here today. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, so I will have to share my screen now. Please confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see your screen from here.
All right, so I would love to, please, can any other person see my screen? Please, I need more response. All right, launch. So this is a special time for us at A4S, and we would actually want to bring to you some of the good things we're bringing out to the people, to the community, to everyone, and I'll have someone else take it up from here. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. I would also want to add my voice to say thank you to Mr. Theo. I was blown away with the thoughts that I put down, and indeed, I can't agree any less, because integrity means that we are trustworthy and dependable. Personal integrity is the root to determine how good the fruit would be, and the fruit is business integrity. I quite agree with that. So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Theo. And let me quickly, Ogechi, I would like to share my screen from here, if you don't mind. Can you hear me, Ogechi? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
Sure.
All right, so I would quickly share my screen. 1 minute. Okay. All right, please confirm you can see my screen from your end. Can you see my screen from your end? Is it visible? Is it visible from your end? Can someone confirm you can see? Okay. And please, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself. Only can we mute others who are not speaking so we don't have interference. Okay, so thank you very much. So at this moment, we are proud and happy at A4S to launch what we call the 2026 resilience report, right? Distinguished guests and once again, industry leaders and partners and stakeholders. This is a moment that we are very proud of, and it's not just a presentation. Okay, we are marking the official launch of a strategic document that we believe will shape conversations, influence decisions, and guide investment across Nigeria's sustainability and compliance landscape. So on behalf of A4S, I am proud to unveil the 2026 Resilience Report. And this report is more than just a research. It is a diagnostic tool, a strategic compass, and a call to action. It answers three critical questions. Where is Nigeria today? Where are the biggest risks? Where are the most bankable opportunities? So welcome to the launch. Now, after these few slides, would have the link shared in the chat room where you can download this report. So why this report and why now? This is because we are at a defining moment and what we call the compliance inflection point, right? The global economy has shifted, and over $120 trillion in assets are now aligned to ESG mandates. And here is the reality. Capital is no longer chasing potentials alone. It is chasing transparency and disclosure. So organizations that cannot demonstrate ESG alignment are simply invisible to the global capital flows. At the same time, verified ESG compliant companies are enjoying up to 50% valuation premium. This is what we found out during while working on this document. Now bring that to the Nigerian context. Between 2026 and 2027, ESG disclosure will transition from voluntary to mandatory compliance under regulatory frameworks. And in a high interest environment like ours, even a fractional improvement in cost of capital becomes a strategic advantage. So this report was developed to help organizations understand one key thing, and that is not just what is changing, but how to position ahead of the curve. Okay, and at the heart of this report is a simple but powerful idea, right? Nigeria's greatest challenge are also its greatest investment opportunities. And we analyzed 5 critical sustainable development goals. And what we found is both concerning and, on the other hand, incredibly promising. So across food systems, right? Energy, we did this across food systems, energy, infrastructure, cities, and climate, right? And there are significant performance gaps, but within these gaps lie structured investable opportunities. So for example, for the food systems are losing up to 50% per harvest. Yet, this creates a pipeline for traceability systems and certification frameworks. Clean energy adoption is still extremely low, but that opens up financing and disclosure opportunities in renewable infrastructure. And also, our innovation ecosystem is growing rapidly, yes, but lacks governance framework and creating demands for cybersecurity and AI standards. Urbanization is accelerating, yes, but there is a massive housing deficit. The opportunity lies in green building and compliance systems, you see. And then in climate actions, we have low carbon accountability today translates into high advisory demands tomorrow. So what this report clearly shows is this: the gaps are real, but the opportunities are even bigger. Okay, and then now, beyond insights, the report is designed to be practical and actionable. It doesn't just highlight problems, it provides a clear pathway for organizations to respond. And that pathway is what we call the A4S Compliance Shield. It is a structured model that helps organizations move from awareness to alignment to assurance. And this report walks you through, number one, how to assess your current position through a gap audit. Number two, how to identify what truly matters using materiality mapping. Number three, how to institutionalize compliance through ISO system integration. Number four, how to communicate effectively using global reporting standards. And ultimately, how to unlock value through assurance and certification. So this is not just a report you have to read, it is a framework you need to implement. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I am proud to officially launch the A4S 2026 Resilience Report. This document represents months of research, analysis, and strategic thinking. But more importantly, it represents an opportunity for transformation. The windows are in between 2026 and 2027. And this is crucial. Okay, it is the last opportunity for organizations to enter the ESG compliance space early, strategically, and cost effectively. And those who act now will not just comply, they would lead, attract capital, and outperform others. And those who delay would have to pay more to catch up. So as you engage with this report, can we please have the link? Let me see. Can we please have the link in the chat room? So as you engage with this report, I encourage you to think beyond compliance. Think positioning, think competitiveness, think long-term value. And once again, thank you for being part of this very important moment for us at A4S. The report is now officially launched. Please click on the link and be able to download the document itself. And feel free to send us an email, and we are ready and happy to work with you and to see that you seize the opportunity, because the window is quite short between 2026 and 2027, as we've said. All right, so please, once again, feel free to download this report from the chat room, and we'll be happy to hear from you. All right, thank you very much for having me. Ogechi, over to you, please. Abigail, are you there?
Yes, good morning, I am.
All right, go ahead then.
Okay. Good morning and welcome once again. This is the African Perspective on Business GRC Summit. And moving on, we're going to move straight into our panel discussion. But before then, I'd like to throw some spotlight on our partners. So our first partner is Training Heights. Training Heights is a certified professional training provider specializing in Cisco, VMware, Citrus, Microsoft, IT management, and business management courses, renowned for excellence in professional development. Training Heights equips individuals and organizations with the technical and managerial skills needed to enhance performance and drive innovation. Please do well to visit their website. Next is standards and best practice. Standard and Best Practice Limited is a globally recognized certification body that leverage recent technologies to deliver exceptional training and certification programs on various ISO standards such as ISO 9001, ISO 27001, ISO 22301, and many more. They take immense pride in empowering professionals and business alike, enabling them to achieve excellence in quality management, IT governance, cybersecurity, and other critical areas. Please visit their website as well. And finally, we have Panoramic Synergy Enterprises. PSC is a leading IT consulting firm that provides expert business advisory, technology solutions, and IT governance, risk, and compliance services. Lastly, please visit their website. Now, we have some questions that would like to, interact with you all. So you provide answers in the chat room, and it will take at least 1 minute to answer the question. So the first question is, what is the biggest driver of investor confidence in a business environment? What is the biggest driver of investor confidence in a business environment? Okay, I can see some answers in the chat room. All right, the final answer is C. So if you chose C, you're right. All right. The next question is, which of the following best describes governance in GRC? Which of the following describes best governance in GRC? And the final answer is B. Okay. Compliance in an organization mainly ensures high revenue, employment satisfaction, adherence to laws and standards, faster decision making. Which of these is the right answer? The final answer is C. Okay. In today's global economy, what do investors fear the most? In today's global economy, what do investors fear the most? The final answer is C. Okay. All right, we're moving on to the panel discussion, and I would like to introduce our moderator. She's in the person of Madam Rabia Suleiman Abubakar. She's a senior strategic analyst for the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. So, Madam Rabia is a senior strategic analyst at the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. She brings extensive expertise in financial intelligence, anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, and strategic risk assessment. She's a certified fraud examiner and a certified anti-money laundering specialist. She specializes in identifying and analyzing complex money laundering and terrorist financing threats with a strong focus on emerging risk, typologies, and systematic vulnerabilities. She has contributed to key national initiatives, including Nigeria's International Cooperation Review Group processes, and the ongoing National Risk Assessment. Her work supports intelligence-led policy development, interagency collaboration, and strategic response aimed at disrupting illicit financial flows, and organized crisis. Please make welcome Rabia Suleiman Abubakar with a reaction of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Rabia Suleiman Abubakar.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible enough, and I would like a confirmation to make sure you can all hear me clearly.
Yes, please. Very audible.
Okay. Let me start with a very simple question. And that is, if most organizations today have governance frameworks, compliance policies, risk management structures, why do we still see persistent failures, fraud, corruption, and breakdowns in integrity? This is an interesting contradiction that I would like to start with, and one that makes conversations like this very critical and vital. My name is Rabia Abubakar Suleiman, and I'm truly delighted and honored to be moderating this session today. Together, I would want us to explore how governance, risk, and compliance can move beyond theoretical standpoints to become a real driver of integrity, resilience, and practice within our unique African realities. There are some few house rules I would like to share before we jump in. Each speaker will have about 10 minutes to share their insight so we can keep things focused, and then I will engage them briefly with a few questions before we move to the next segment. We'll also have a Q&A session at the end, so please feel free to drop your questions in the chat as we go along. And of course, we will also try to make this as practical and as insightful for everyone participating here today. So thank you all. Now I would like to move into the introduction of these amazing speakers we have today. First on, we have Ms. Tonito Tebelmifor, who will be taking us through leadership and board governance, driving integrity from the top. Ms. Tonito is a seasoned cybersecurity consultant at InfoAssure Limited. She has honed her expertise in key areas of cybersecurity, data protection, and privacy. She's also a graduate of the University of Chester, where she completed her MSc in cybersecurity. With a wealth of experience, she has played a vital role in securing information assets for various organizations worldwide. Ms. Tonito has a proven track record of successfully implementing, integrating, and auditing the ISO 27001 and the ISO 22301 and other frameworks like the Nigerian Data Protection Act and the General Data Protection Regulations. We have secondly on our panel list, Ms. Adeola Olutumelehin, who will be taking us through the integrating governance, risk, and compliance into business strategy. She is a passionate risk and information security professional and cybersecurity researcher with a strong foundation in business and cybersecurity. With her years of experience, Adeola brings a unique blend of business acumen and technical expertise to the field of information and digital security. We also have Mr. Japhet Ghana, who will be taking us through managing fraud, corruption, and financial crime risk. He's the group head of transaction risk and financial crime at Yellow Card, where he leads financial crime prevention strategies across 34 markets. With deep expertise in fraud management, transaction monitoring, and compliance, he has built and executed enterprise-wide fraud frameworks within leading fintech and banking institutions. Mr. Jaffe previously held key roles at GT Holding Company, Kuda, Fairmoney, where he led fraud investigations, market expansion strategies, and regulatory engagement across multiple African markets. He also holds an MBA from Ahmadu Bello University and multiple global certifications in fraud examination and financial crime prevention. We have lastly on our panel session, Dr. Bode Oguntoke, who will take us through the future of business integrity and GRC in Africa. He has a versatile chartered accountant. He's a versatile chartered accountant with over 25 years of senior leadership experience in the banking industry. He also currently serves as the head of internal audit at First Hold Company PLC, where he oversees group-wide audit activities and strengthens enterprise risk governance. He's also a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and an honorary senior member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Dr. Oguntoke holds multiple global certifications, including CISA, CGIT, CRISC, CFE, and FERO. He previously led IT and e-business control at Union Bank of Nigeria PLC and headed information systems audit at Polaris Bank, which was formerly Skybank. So he has driven IT governance, cybersecurity, and audit transformation initiatives. As we can all see, we have a robust panelists in our gathering, and we would want to make the best use of their experience and presence with us today. So this leads us directly to our first area of discussion, which is leadership and board governance. Because at the end of the day, governance doesn't actually fail on paper. It often fails in leadership, in culture, and in decision making. So to help us unpack this, I would like to invite our first speaker, Ms. Tonito. Ms. Tonito, over to you.
Thank you very much, Rabia, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. I would be sharing my screen shortly, and let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, no, we can see you, but not your screen yet.
Oh, okay. All right. So just give me a moment. And so while I'm sharing my screen, once again, I want to say thank you to the organizers of this event, A4S. Thank you for the opportunity to be in this room to discuss very critical topic affecting businesses across Africa. And it's an opportunity I do not take for granted. Okay, just a minute and my screen will be up. Okay, please confirm you can see it now.
Not yet. Yes, we can see your screen now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so without further ado, let's go into it. I would be talking about the aspect on governance. Please confirm you can also see my video.
I can see you, but I can see your screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, how about now?
And we can see you now. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. All right, thank you. So I'll be talking about strengthening Africans' business through business integrity rather, through effective governance and leadership commitment. So that takes me to the question on when we talk about governance, what are we referring to? What is governance? I mean, let's break it down to the nitty-gritty. When we talk about governance culture, what does it mean? What are we referring to? So I would say let's hold that thought while we dig in. Now I want you to look at my slide. Look at the way it is aligned and let me know what's wrong with the arrangement. So you have strengthening Africa's business integrity through effective governance and leadership commitment. So from the true effective governance and leadership commitment, which should come first? Can anybody just drop their response in the chat box? Is there something wrong with that arrangement? If there's something wrong with that arrangement, what should come first? Should governance come first? Should leadership commitments come next? So let's just type our answers in the chat, but you never can tell if there'll be an award for that. You probably will go home with a brand new cyber truck. I don't know. Are there responses already? Okay, I see. Leadership commitment comes first. That's from Musibao. Yeah. Kingsley, leadership commitment comes first. Who has a different opinion? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yes, that's correct. Leadership commitment um comes before effective governance. And that takes us to the familiar sentence that says the tone at the top. You get to see, especially in the cybersecurity GRC environment, you have a lot of persons, when you have conversations with executives or you're in the room where people that matters are gathered, you hear the conversation on the tone at the top, the tone at the top. And so leadership commitment comes first. So you see in my next slide, I corrected that arrangement. So leadership commitment, the tone at the top and the tone at the top, it sets the ethical direction for it sets the ethical direction on how an organization is going to function, on how it's going to flow, right? How is this what's the name? What are the ethics that the business is going to abide by? It shapes behavior. Oftentimes if you want to see um oftentimes if you want to see what's the word now? If you want to see how an organization function, you want to see how what's the reflection of the management? Those are the top. Just look at the behavior of the employees of that organization, and then you get to know, oh, this is an organization where you have their MDs, their CEOs, their board, representatives who are big on playing by the rules. You find out that these employees reflect or mirror that, right, and ensure that procedures due diligence is actually followed. Now, leadership commitment, the tone at the top helps reduce risk, um, reduce fraud and compliance breaches. And when you have a strong leadership tone, what happens? It builds security, it builds trust, and it also builds compliance. In my experience in implementing framework or global best practice standard adoption across organization, you find out that for some organizations who have technical executives, people who know the importance of assessing risks before venturing into business decisions, you find out that they take the time to put interest into the GRC frameworks that are being adopted by the organization. They take the time to ensure that the organization puts into practice risk calculation. And so we cannot overemphasize what is the importance of leadership commitments. How committed are they, to ensuring that policy, those procedures are being reflected. Okay, so that takes me to the next part, which is board and executive influence on governance culture. And I go back to my previous question on governance. What is governance? What is governance culture? So is there anybody that wants to, just give us the expo quickly on governance and governance culture? Sorry, I'm speaking and I'm muted. Yes, how is managed and controlled? Yes. So let's talk about governance culture. So when we talk about culture, What does that mean? Yes, shared values, mindsets, habitual behaviors that dictate how an organization, implements. People have plenty brilliant people in this um in this room. There are a lot of the answers are just coming in. All right, all right. So let's play it back. Let's play it back now when we talk about this governance and governance culture. What is the board and executive influence on this? What role do they have to play in terms of this, right? Now, let's look at boards from the angle of they provide oversight. So when you hear, oh, a board member, I'm a board, I'm a board this, I'm a board that, what comes to your mind first off is, oh, an oversight. They provide that oversight function. They help set strategic direction of the business. How is that business going to go? And that's why you find out that businesses, organizations want to put prominent people on their board. Oh, we're happy to announce that the first time entrepreneur that's ever known in Africa is on our board because it helps set that tone, right? You have somebody influential, you have somebody that's important on your board. It means you know what you are doing, right? You've gotten leadership right. So when we say governance, the direction of an organization, all right, the policies, the procedures, then very importantly, the roles that are involved, right? Who are the people, who are the persons calling the shots? Who are those people that um call the shots when it comes to setting that tone. And then we talk about governance culture, you're talking about what is the shared mindset, the value that they have, right? What are the key values the organization, prioritizes? You see, some organization tell you that our core value is integrity. And from the point of initiation of even employing a whoever hire, right? They put that to test, right? And so executive drive execution and governance into operations. We talked about board on one side. Sometimes you don't have your board members on your executive level. So, but you have those executives who are who get their hands dirty, let me put it that way. And they drive execution. They bring those governance, those policies, those procedures, those rules, they bring it alive. Governance, when I'm talking about governance culture, it's not that, oh, do you have let me use an example now. Do you have an anti-bribery policy? Let me put it that way. An anti-bribery and corruption policy will say, oh, yes, we do. And we submit it to CBN, to Central Bank of Nigeria, for example, and they vet it and say we are good to go. But right in hitting deep into the fabric of that organization, you have corruption, you have bribery being at the forefront, right? And so executive's role is to be able to drive those policies into operations, make it come alive. What are those established rules? What are those established policies? What is the organization's standpoint? Make that a culture. Like everybody within the organization knows that when it comes to integrity, when it comes to um, playing by the books, when it comes to good governance structure, right? The management is not fall short of this. And so it goes beyond the approval of policies for paper compliance, like I've mentioned. Oh, you approve these policies, and our management is aware of the policies, it has been approved. No, it goes beyond that. Board level expectations sets the culture of accountability. Now, I made an inference to say that for some organizations where they are executives, where they are board members, people who understand the risk landscape. They understand what is at stakes. They understand the ecosystem. When it comes to driving framework adoption, when it comes to driving doing the right thing, you see them being at the forefront leading it. So, for example, we talk about, let me use awareness as an example. Now, I talk about awareness, having employees being aware on information security policies and practices within the organization. And then you have, not just them being aware. You want to do an evaluation to track the effectiveness of that awareness that is being carried out, right? And you see that in some organizations, the top level are exempted from that. The board members, they don't participate in that. Oh, the awareness is for junior staff. It's for the C-level suites are not interested. But on the other side, you find out that some other organization from the um from the chairman of the board to the MD CEO, you see them participating in this in this test, in this evaluation to see, okay, how are we also contributing to the information security posture that we're not the risk to the organization. And so imagine an organization that has its leader at the forefront putting these practices to play. What then tells you that if the MD is not exempted from carrying that out, then what will a junior level staff use as an excuse? Or what will an executive say? This is his excuse. So when you have expectations that are set at the board, people will understand that promoting a good, effective governance culture involves the tone at the top. And when you have that expectation set, you ensure accountability across the organization. People know that I have to do what is right. I have to do what is right. I'm still seeing messages dropping. I just want to be sure I've not missed anything. Yes, we want to ensure that yes, you want to ensure that you want to do the right thing. And so you don't enforce governance. Governance is not do as I say, but don't do as I do. You model it. You exemplify it. A good example could be, implementations of certain security controls across devices within the organization. And then you have a board level exemption. Why? Right? And so board and executives have a good influence on governance culture. And we have rightly defined what is governance, what is roles, policies, direction, and what is culture, those shared values, how do they believe in it, and those roles. Okay, so that takes me to the next bit on accountability and transparency in leadership. Well, the way we are in this aspect or this side of the world, we really are not so big on transparency. You find out that even when we talk about regulatory reporting, some organizations still, try to find their way out of it. But it is key in leadership. You want to define roles, responsibilities, and decision ownership clearly. You don't push it. What happens when there's governance failure is that when something goes wrong, somebody says, "Oh, that's not me." This other person says, "No, that's not me," because there's no clear delineation of roles. People don't know what they are accountable for, right? Enable transparent reporting also. It's very important. Lead by example, like I've said, you model governance. You don't do as I say, right? And then you make ethical decisions. A business or an organization who are known to always cut corners with regulators cannot expect to have let me use the word law-abiding employees. They will also be employees who knows how to cut corners. Encourage open communication and whistleblowing. I'm a bit faster and implement frameworks that keeps you accountable. Transparency is a governance strength that we want to utilize. And so quickly, let's look at governance failures and leadership lessons. I would highlight just few examples of for sake of confidentiality, I'm going to not mention names, but governance must be proactive. Yes. It's not a reactive what's the name now? Response. It must be proactive. How have you clearly set those rules? What is the strategic direction you have set? How are you holding those accountable? Right? Governance failures are leadership failures. When you look at it from the roots, it is a problem of the leaders, the tone at the top. If the tone at the top is wrong, then every other part would have a misfit. And so lack of accountability leads to compliance and reputational risks. We have 3 governance failure scenarios I want to talk about, but I'm going to limit it to 1 or 2 because of time, that ignore the risk signals. So there were certain banks, let me use that way, and I'll use plural, in 2009 who had issues, and it was because of insider, activity, people not calculating the risk, taking inside loans, people who have privileged opportunity, and that eventually led to the collapse of that bank. If you look at it from the top, that was not controlled, right? And we talk about that scenario where they were trying to cut corners on ethical testing of their products, because they don't want to spend more, they looked for a shortcut on that. And at the end of the day, they suffered loss. You have a lot of, I don't want to malfunction products that were abandoned when they were, the law caught up with them. And so if we look deep into that, those scenarios, you can trace back to the years maybe and uncover and unravel who those organizations are. But the key thing was governance failures, and these are lessons that we want to learn. What happens because you were in a community, in a I don't know, my slide is not moving any longer. All right. So we are a race, let me put it that way, that believes in anything can go, right? So poor governance and poor governance culture is a menace that's eating deep into the fabric of organizations' leadership in Africa. You find out that if I can cut corners and get the same result, why go through the process? And oftentimes you find out that intentionally due process is always frustrated because you want to get benefit by the way. And that takes us back to corruption that was talking about by the last speaker. And so it has been proudly sponsored by the African's nature of anything can go, which I tag the anyhowness of the African people, and then the lack of interest in doing things right from the foundation, the culture of impunity, the culture of prioritizing short-term results. We don't see beyond our nose. We just want to get the immediate results anyhow at whatever cost. And can we um how then can we go about it? So what then is the solution? How do we um how do we go about solving this governance problem, or this poor governance culture that has affected organizations? So I'm going to throw that to the audience and then I will summarize briefly. So so that I don't have any I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay. So does anybody want to drop any response? How do we treat that in Africa? What's your contribution to helping or saving humanity? Let me put it that way. Nobody has an answer. Or are they saying answers I don't see? Okay, let me summarize. One thing is digitized systems. Again, when there's digitalization, it limits so many cut corners or discretionary decision making. And it limits people saying, oh, I am the one there. Oh, I'm the one that is the organization should be a reflection. I'm the one there's not They are not certain systems that will not be dependent or just circulated around one person. Set a structure, a system that works. So digitalizing systems will help reduce that. You also want to see that there's a merit-based system for that promotes, that encourages integrity. Where non-accountability is rewarded, right? Integrity would definitely be a fizzle. You want to do merit-based hiring. You want to be transparent, like I've mentioned. You want to look at long-term plans. Don't look at the short-term results. And also ethics and enforcement. I know we have regulatory bodies who are involved in ensuring enforcement. To improve on that people should be able to be held accountable for should be held accountable when when you have failures, governance failures. Yes, governance failures from the tone at the top. So someone has said embed a strong risk culture. Okay, all right. I will just paraphrase quickly and round up. Yes, follow rules and policies. Yes, taking ownership. Where you don't have rules defined, you are going to struggle with that. Personal integrity, yes, follow rules and policies. Embed a strong risk culture. Like the scenarios I had mentioned, those banks doing insider loaning, not looking at the limit, the threshold, and they were just, running the business as a family purse. Does that make sense? And so I would on that note, I would say thank you very much, and I'm going to hand over back to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nito, for the insightful presentation. We appreciate you and your time. I especially like the emphasis on leadership, setting the tone, because that's often where everything begins. You mentioned that leadership commitment, right? How it sets the tone. And the first question you asked us, where the audience got the answer about governance. Please, someone is unmuted. Can we? Okay, so I have a couple of questions for you. So why do you think that despite the structures that are in place, many organizations still struggle with governance? That's the first question. Please respond.
All right, thank you. With the structures that are in place, what structures? Now, in talking about structures, if you are building an institutions, you're not building strong men. Let me put it that way. You are building an institution. In terms of it is, I'm going to take, I'm going to use, I'm looking for the right word so that I don't say something out of context. But I'm going to look at non-African countries. Yes, that's what I will use now. If you look at how they set up their system, I'll give an example of in renting an accommodation. Let me use that as a scenario. You find out that you have a lot of processes involved in doing that, and it doesn't revolve around one person. If you build the right structure, definitely you would have that maintenance taken care of. Now, in renting an accommodation, you find out that one person is responsible for ensuring to get the best applicants for that particular accommodation. Another person is responsible for due diligence. Another person is responsible for the property maintenance. Another person is, so you have the roles spelled out such that it is difficult for one person to even collaborate and say, oh, I'm the one at the seat of power and I will be the one to. So it depends on the structure you are setting. If we're going to look at it in the African way, for that same scenario, you have one person doing all of that, who it is what I say that stands. Systems have not been built effectively. Policies have not been built. Procedures has not been agreed upon. Roles has not been, clearly marked to know that this is where, or this is where to draw the line, and this is where we are going to stay within the line. So it depends. If you build the right structure that revolves around transparency, integrity, then you have those system working. If you have leadership who are committed, who knows we want a business that abides, by integrity, then definitely that system will work. So if it's a faulty structure, then it cannot work. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for that response. I was also paying attention keenly to when you mentioned that, because I was going to ask you one of the questions about ways for African organizations to adopt and strengthen board oversight, right? But you mentioned digitalization, right? So now my question is, how can organizations balance innovation with effective risk management? Because we know that innovation in itself introduces risk into a system.
Okay, that takes me to the part that says it's also the board, the executive who set the risk appetite of an organization. You cannot, oftentimes you find out the organization just gamble, you ask what's your risk appetite. I mean, it's medium, it's high, it's low. There's no strategic thinking or critical or rationale behind taking those risk appetite. What is the risk appetite of the organization? And then you look at it vis-a-vis the innovation that you are bringing in. If you look at I want to digitalize the particular process or a business function. And for me to digitalize it, I have to make use of whatever innovative product is in the market at that point in time. Let me go the aspect of data privacy. I want maybe a verification system that will validate my customers are who they say they are, for example. And I go and get a vendor who has that solution. Now, the vendor application has a lot of vulnerabilities attached to it. There's not been any vulnerability testing to know that these systems are secure and all of that. But because I want to embrace innovation, of course. I want digitalization. I don't calculate my risk. I just jump in, get that vendor, and tomorrow I am at the risk of data breach. And I'm saying, oh, I embrace innovation. Because of that, I'm going to go the crude method. No, you need to analyze, do a risk assessment. In embracing innovation, what risks does it pose to the organization? And then when you look at the risk, what is the risk? Identified risk in line with my risk appetite. do the benefits outweigh what I'm looking at, or does the negative part, is it more? And then you look at it vis-a-vis your risk appetite. What are the things you can absorb as an organization, and then you can make your decision. But it should risk should never be an excuse to not embracing innovation or digitalization. Thank you.
Oh, that's actually quite insightful. And I know I'm speaking on behalf of everyone in the audience that this was such an interesting discourse. Thank you so much for being here, for honoring us with your presence. Right now, I would like to take it a step further and look at how governance and risk actually connect to business strategy. So we'll be moving on to the next panelist. Ms. Adeola, please take the floor. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you, Rabia, and thank you, FOS, for the opportunity. So without further ado, let me share my screen.
Please, I would like to emphasize that the time for the presentation is a maximum 10 minutes, please. Please try and stay within range so I don't have to cut you off. Thank you so much.
All right, no problem. Okay, so I'm here to speak about integrating GRC into business strategy. So business strategy, that's governance, risks, and compliance. So let's get started. So I want to ask a question first. If you can drop it in the chat, why do you think GRC belongs at the strategy table? Can anyone tell me? Why do you think governance, risks, and compliance belong at the strategic table and not as a support function? Okay, someone said, oh, stupid. Okay. Because it's extremely important. All right. Okay, so here is an honest answer. This is because if organizations treat GRC as a support function and they don't treat it as a business strategy, they don't embed it from the beginning, they are doing this with incomplete information. That if GRC is just a support function, if organizations are making decisions without embedding GRC from the beginning, they are doing it incompletely. I'd like to say that they are flying blind. And what I mean by this, let me give an example. Let's say a bank decides to expand into a new market. And let's say they are launching a new mobile platform in a new country, and the strategic team takes it up and they are excited about it. Everything looks good, the number is great, and they went live without informing the compliance team. So later on, the compliance team later flags that, oh, this platform in this country requires a license, and this license takes 18 months to obtain, and that the data privacy laws in this country will require you to rebuild the entire platform from scratch. Now, they are not just delayed, they have wasted money, they've wasted resources. And this is what I mean by they are flying blind. The information existed, the risk was real, but because GRC was just a support function and was not at the strategic table, nobody connected the dots before the decision was made. So let's look at if, let's say, GRC was at the strategic table when these decisions were being made. You will see it in strategic value creation. They would have spotted the license issue before spending a cent. And when GRC is embedded in strategy, it doesn't just protect you from risks, it also helps you identify opportunities so you can use them for your advantage. Also, you see it in alignment of functions. That is, various departments across organizations are working with the same framework. They are following the same information. That is, there's clear communication between departments. And this helps organizations not only grow, they grow safely. Also, there will be competitive differentiation. That is, over time, organizations build a name for themselves. And when they build a name for yourself, regulators will trust you, investors will prefer you, and good talent would want to work with you. So next time when someone says GRC is just a support function, we need to remind them what flying blind would cost them. So that brings me to my next discussion. Screen is not going. All right. Our second discussion angle is what are the risks that arises when governance, risks, and risk management is disconnected from business strategy. I want to make a use case. It's like, have anyone been in a meeting where decisions are being made and everybody in the room are excited, but you also in the meeting, you thought of something that could go wrong with this decision, but you did not mention it. Let's say 6 months later, you found out that, oh, the stuff that you thought about that could go wrong with this business or this strategy that you guys are making, it came to pass. And that moment is what is called disconnected GRC. Now let's apply this moment across all organizations where hundreds of decisions are being made every day in boardrooms, in budget meetings, without anyone asking the proper questions. What are we not seeing? And this is when blind spots become crisis. And this is when regulators show up and business is caught completely off guard. When one department is moving towards the left and another department is moving towards the right. And nobody realizes this until something breaks. So that brings me to my next question. How do we fix it? How can organization embed risk awareness into everyday business decisions? And I want to be clear on this. Risk awareness is not about adding more forms to fill or sending questionnaires out or inviting committees to attend. This simply means right now, before decisions get made, people ask questions like, how much will this cost? How fast can we do it? What is the return? And these are normal business questions. But when you are embedding risk awareness into business decisions, this doesn't just, this means you are just adding one more question to the questions I listed above. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? And that's it. It's not about adding a new department. It's not about adding a new process. It's not about adding a new form to fill. It's just the habit. A question that becomes part of how people naturally think before they act. And this starts from the top. A CEO comes into the compliance office and asks the compliance officer, please, I want to sign this deal. What do you think would go wrong before I sign it off? Second, risk-informed KPIs. Adding risk threshold to matrix will make it everybody's business in the organization. Third, decentralized ownership. That is, every department in an organization should have a risk owner, not just the compliance officers, not just the GRC team, and regular cadence. That is, we must carry out risk awareness monthly, not just yearly or something that we rarely bring up. It must be done either monthly or quarterly. Risk awareness is not a department, it is an organization reflex. So that brings me to my fourth discussion. What is the role of ERM in strengthening organization resilience? When crisis hits an organization, people always say the same thing afterwards, that we didn't see this coming. But most of the time, they did see it coming. The signs were there. The warnings were there. There was just that there was no system to catch them or to escalate them or to act on them in real time. And that's the real problem. It's not that risk was invisible, the risk was invisible, or the risk was not there. It's just that nobody was watching. Nobody had a process. Nobody knew whose job it was to raise the alarm. And this is exactly what ERM fixes. And this works in 5 simple steps. First, you identify. You go look for the smoke before it becomes fire. And then you assess, how bad could this get? And how likely is it? And then you respond, decide what to do with it. Is it that you fix it, you transfer it, or you accept it? And then you monitor, keep watching, because risk changes over time. What was low last quarter could be high this quarter. And then you report it, make sure the right people, like the top management, and are aware about these risks, so that nobody is kept in the dark. Organizations that have this system, a comprehensive ERM, when crises come, they are not the ones that are saying we didn't see it coming. They are the ones that saw it early, moved fast, came out on the other side, still standing, and that is resilience. And now for my final discussion, I want to leave you with something you can actually use, practical steps the organization can take to align GRC with long-term business objectives. And first one is to map GRC to strategic goals. Get your GRC team and your strategy team in the same room. If they've not met, that's a huge problem. Number 2, establish a GRC steering committee. That is, create a GRC committee with real authority, not just meetings, a decision-making body. Number 3, adopt a GRC technology platform. We need to get off the spreadsheet and let's move into something more automated, because you cannot manage what you cannot see. 4 is to build a risk-aware culture, that is, reward people who raises risks early. 5, put GRC, measure and report GRC performance. That is, you put GRC in your board reports, and what gets measured gets managed. So my key takeaway here is that GRC is not a cost center. It is a competitive advantage. Organizations that embed GRC in their strategic DNA will outperform, outlast, and outgrow than those that treat it as an afterthought. Okay. So I want to ask a question. What are the other practical steps that everyone here feels like we can embed so that we can align GRC with long-term business objectives? Aside the 5 things that I listed here, what are the other ways we can align GRC with long-term business objectives? All right, if no one is responding, that will be all for me. Over to you, Rabia.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adeola. That was very insightful. You talked about GRC from moving it from a support function to a more strategic standpoint. You also mentioned the risk that arises when GRC is treated as a compliance function rather than being integrated into the business strategy. One of the risks you mentioned is the culture of silos, which will be created as a disconnected GRC. But I would still like to know, why do you think, from your opinion, from your perspective and your experience, do organizations still get it wrong, even when they try to integrate GRC into their strategy?
Okay, I'll say even after everything is in place for GRC to be integrated, I think it also comes from, let's start with the internal factors, which is the mindset. And I think the mindset starts from the top. If the CEO or the managing director is not enforcing these things well enough, it will not happen. So there needs to be a culture that the entire organization follows. And everybody in the organization need to be part of the culture, and that it starts from the mindset.
Okay. So a mindset shift is what you're advocating for.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So the second question would be, what role does enterprise risk management play in strengthening organizational resilience?
Oh, sorry, I was speaking. I didn't know I was muted.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I said before, I said these are there are 5 practical steps.
Yes.
Which is to identify. You go looking for the smoke before it comes. You identify the risk, and then you assess the risk. You check, what is the risk appetite for our organization? Is it low? Is it medium? You compare, and then you respond. You decide, you respond to it, and then you monitor. You keep on monitoring, because there's something called residual risks. After you've applied existing controls, the residual risk is still there. So we need to continue to monitor it, because you cannot completely, let's say, you cannot completely remove a risk.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Yeah. Now we're going to move into an area that is very real for most organizations, which is fraud and corruption risk. And I say real because, as an analyst within the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, and my perspective as an FIU staff, what we often see is that fraud and corruption thrives where there are gaps in oversight, and these risks are amplified by technology and especially cross-border related transactions. So, Mr. Jaffet, we'll hand it over to you to take us through this session.
Thank you so much, Rabia. It's been an interesting session. I've enjoyed the conversations we've been having so far. Please just spare me a few seconds to share my screen. Just to confirm, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay. All right. To confirm again, what can you see? Just to be sure you're seeing the right screen.
The challenge, fraud and corruption in Africa.
All right. Thank you. I think the speakers before me have, laid foundation for this topic, and I will just be giving a bit of insights on what we see, right? Mr. Muyiwa earlier in the conversation shared, a brief insight on this, but I want to just paint what the challenge is within Africa, based off of numbers we are already seeing out there. The first is, according to the Corruption Perception Index for 2025, Sub-Saharan Africa ranks at 32, means very low in terms of corruption, very, very low out of 100. 43% of African organizations rate fraud as a high risk. This is true. We've seen what is happening across a number of African countries, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Kenya, in South Africa. Fraud is on the increase, hence mapping it as high risk is the best way to start tackling it. Next is $100 billion is the estimated value of what has been lost, right, to fraud, according to United Nations Trade and Development. 5% of estimated annual revenue is lost to fraud by organizations. These are critical figures. These are high figures, high percentages. That tells us what is happening within Africa. Moving on, talking about fraud, I believe that a number of us would have, fallen victim to fraud one way or the other, falling victim to corruption one way or the other. But let me just ask this question. I would like you to maybe react via a comment in the chat box. Have you ever been a victim of fraud or corruption? Just put it yes or no. I'm trying to test, what is happening out there. There are about 147 of us on this call. So have you ever been a victim of fraud or corruption? You can put in a comment. I'll give a few seconds for that. Okay, so I see a number of comments coming in. Majority of them are yes. I've seen a number of no's, which is interesting because the environment we operate in, corruption is embedded in a lot of areas. Fraud is embedded in a lot of areas. You're driving your vehicle, you're being stopped by a security outfit, and next somebody is asking you for money. Or you are out there, you're in a government parastatal, something that should typically take 5 minutes is taking 50 minutes with added requests behind the doors. These are, corruption. These are things happening. You're within Nigeria, you're within Ghana, you're within Botswana, funds that are meant to be used to, improve life, improve welfare of people. You're not seeing the impact. You're not seeing the value. You're already a victim of corruption. All right. So, but let's move on from here. So now, fraud is an everyday issue. Corruption is an everyday issue, and I'll be deep diving on this in the subsequent slides. Why fraud and corruption challenges persist within Africa? The first is weakness or weak governance and institutional frameworks. A number of panelists have mentioned this. It's critical. Weak governance, starting with regulation, starting with implementation. Weak governance in organization is part of what is happening. You'd see fintechs, you see companies listing board members, but they are listing board members based on, clouds. They are listing board members based on people that they can even have influence on. Board members are not able to perform their role effectively, make noise when things are failing. These are part of weak governance. You'd see structure of organizations, they are not well structured. There's no, there's no lines of defense. There's just operation, finance, HR, no lines of defense, no continuous engagement, no clear communication channels. These are all weaknesses in governance. And this is one of the foundation that can be attributed to increase in fraud cases or increase in corruption within Africa. The next is rapid digitalization without matching security controls. We've seen the impact of AI, we've seen the impact of technology, we've seen how institutions have evolved within the last 10 years. We've seen the growth, we've seen how transaction speed, transaction that usually before would take 24 hours. Now you're seeing transactions being initiated and you're getting it within seconds. These are all, technology improvements. These are technology enabling this. But with technology, with digitalization comes risks. Hence, controls needs to be embedded across all tools, across all technology. There needs to be, impact assessment, risk assessments, vendor due diligence happening across every technology tool that is being integrated, that is being utilized by institutions. You'll see that a number of companies in banks, I don't want to mention names, but there's been a number of banks that are falling victim to issues relating to security controls within the last 2 years. Some of these issues were because they've implemented systems, they've integrated systems without the appropriate control, without the appropriate threat assessment done on these systems, which has led to they being victims. Another will be severe economic pressures and inflation. We've seen what is happening in Iran, but you're wondering why you're affected in Ghana, why you're affected in Nigeria, why you're affected in South Africa. We've seen the impact of a war happening elsewhere, already having economic pressures on our country, on where you are. These are some of the impacts. These are economic pressures. And whether you like it or not, it forces pressure. It pushes, fraud to go up. It pushes corruption to go up. People that could typically drive their vehicles, fuel their cars to go out. Fuel price, like in Nigeria, fuel price is up. People no longer use vehicles as much as they would. So now imagine somebody that has, powers, or is mounting a position where they have access to funds. The economic pressure itself can make that person, look at the fraud opportunities within, look at the corruption opportunities to then take advantage of them. These are economic issues. State-embedded criminal actors and political interference. Election is coming in Nigeria. In some countries, they've done election already. In Zambia, we saw election happened and they shut down the whole internet for a while. So criminal actors can play roles. So there could be enough and a lot political interference. These are all state-embedded issues. Cultural tolerance for informal facilitation of payments. If you are somebody that travel a lot, you move even within Nigeria or, outside of the borders, you'll see how culture plays role when it comes to corruption, when it comes to fraud. There are certain states in Nigeria that the culture itself encourages fraud. Families encourage fraud. When they see their young ones buying, SUVs, they are celebrated. Whereas there are some places you go to in other countries, they cannot tolerate something like this. There are also some African countries where, it is the lifestyle for people to go into criminal activities. Safety is not guaranteed. You can be driving and then somebody has pointed a gun at you. It's a lot of things to do with culture. The society has accepted a lot of things that is also pushing fraud and corruption to go up. Now, I would also be talking about, fraud triangle. Fraud triangle is basically speaking to pressure, opportunities, and rationalization, which is basically the foundation to answer the question, why fraud and corruption challenges persist. Pressure, all of these things I've listed here are things that can force pressure, even when it's not typically in the person's, character to go into corruption. But because of the pressure, they're able to do that. Opportunities comes from weak controls, comes from, environments where somebody who has been pressured is able to take advantage and go into fraud, take advantage and, commit fraud. Rationalization is they trying to defend whatever actions they've done. And these are basically foundations to all of these things I've listed here. Now to the next, how organizations can detect fraud and corruption early. To answer this question, I'll basically be driving us to the COSO framework. That is the foundation to how organizations can detect fraud early. COSO framework speaks to number one is control environment, number two, risk assessment, number three, control activities, four, information and communication, and five, monitoring activities. For control environment, a number of the speakers have spoken about, tone at the top. That is critical to ensuring there's a foundation for prevention. Visible leadership playing role, leadership ensuring that there's a clear tone, leadership that is committed to integrity, leadership that is able to define authority and ensure there's oversight. These are all foundations to prevention of fraud and corruption. The second is risk assessment. Enterprise risk assessment, product risk assessment, product risk assessment, process risk assessment, geography risk assessment. These are all part of risk assessments that institutions and organizations must ensure that there is a strong risk assessment framework in place. Key areas are identified and appropriate monitoring put in place, appropriate controls put in place to monitor those key areas. A thorough risk assessment that even speaks from the sector risk assessment, national risk assessment, down to different products that institutions are offering needs to be done to spot, internal loopholes, to spot product loopholes, to spot external loopholes, to also identify pressures that are within products or pressures that are within processes or pressures that are within, how operations are run. The next is control activities. Control activities is speaking to, are there segregation of duties? Are there maker-checker systems in place within institutions? Are these controls effective enough to mitigate the risks that has been identified based off of the risk assessment? Are there, access controls? Are accesses given based off of, least privilege, based off of need to have? Are accesses being reviewed continuously? Are people having access to what they need only? And even when they've utilized that access, are there systems in place to deactivate accesses? When their exit, staffs are going on leave, staff are being retrenched or they are resigning, are there systems in place to deactivate accesses? These are all speaking to control activities. Information and communication is the fourth aspect. This is speaking to clear reporting lines, clear structure. When issues have been flagged, maybe from the enterprise team or enterprise risks, issues have been flagged, are there proper reporting lines for escalation? Is there a whistleblowing structure in place where people are free and confident enough to report anything they see? I'll speak more on whistleblowing in subsequent slides. Is there a proper structure of policy and understanding of policy in place? These are all things that will help African institutions to further prevent fraud, to have fraud and corruption systems in place. The fifth is monitoring activities. Are there ongoing evaluations of the risks, evaluation of processes, evaluation of systems? In terms of transaction, are there fraud transaction systems in place? Are there AML systems in place to monitor abnormalities, to monitor suspicious transactions? Are they being reported accordingly in line with regulations? Is there a system of audits? Is there an internal audit team? Is there an external audit team? How frequent is audit happening so that anomalies can be spotted, issues that has to do with corporate governance, issues that has to do with internal control or fraud can be identified and reported to the board? Are there systems in place to do post-incident reviews? These are like the foundation to fraud prevention and corruption prevention. And I wanted us to start with this. Now, what are the early fraud detection or modern approaches that institutions need to put in place to flag fraud, to flag corruption? I'll start with the first one, AI-driven anomaly detection. AI, now we can see the impact of AI. We can see that AI can make things better. AI can help us flag fraud situations better. We can also see the negative impact of AI. AI can be used to perpetrate fraud, can be used to bypass systems, can be used to create fake documents that, people are using to submit within government parastatals. But when you have an AI-driven system integrated, perhaps in your fraud monitoring system, perhaps in your transaction monitoring system integrated, you would be able to use these functionalities to flag real-time transaction monitoring red flags, real-time unusual patterns, real-time, behavioral abnormalities. Machine learning can be integrated with AI as well, that you're able to learn from patterns so that the organization is well protected, fraud is well prevented. Every organization needs to have a system in place, a system integrated to help you flag fraud, a system that has well-manned teams with the right capacity to flag, to monitor suspicious transactions, to monitor fraud, to monitor corruption index. Another item is biometric verification. One of the places I've worked, one way we used to curb fraud at the time was by integrating, biometric features into it, face verification, matching against a government database, ID verification, collection of data, matching what customer has supplied. By integrating this alone, we were able to solve a bunch of the fraud that were coming in at that time. Institutions dealing with customers must have a system in place to verify customers' identity, to have a system that will help you biometric verification specifically to be able to tell, are these customers who they say they are? This person onboarding, is it the actual person tied to the KYC details? Organizations must have systems in place as well to flag anything that has to do with red flag. You must identify red flag scenarios that has to do with vendors, that has to do with salaries, that has to do with merchant payments, that has to do with client payments, that has to do with systems, so that you are not exposed at all, because exposure can put the company at risk, can put the country at risk. Reputational risk is even part of it. Financial risk is part of it. So we need to ensure that.
I don't mean to be the time police, but we're drifting far off schedule. Can we please run that?
I'll be fast about this.
Okay.
So what is the role of whistleblowing? Whistleblowing is one of the critical mechanisms to identifying fraud. According to the ACFE reports for 2025, 43% of occupational fraud was flagged by tips, and these tips were from whistleblowing. So we need to make sure that organizations, anywhere you work, you've integrated whistleblowing system that is free from abuse, that is free from intimidation, that allows for, reporting anonymously, that would also ensure there's trust. Employees can report this, vendors can report this, and all players within can report this. Generally, these are just highlights of how to, ensure that your fraud systems are being effective, from the prevention KPIs to detective KPIs, and then lastly to strategic and financial KPIs. I'm sure once this slide is shared, we'll be able to see some of these things. But yes, it speaks to, percentage of flagged transactions, percentage of flagged cases, control effectiveness, due diligence completion, reporting volumes, and all of that. Now, practical ways for organizations to build stronger integrity systems. This is basically speaking to, code of conduct, having strong code of conduct in place to establish clear enforceable guidelines, third-party diligence. Every vendor you have in place, you must have a system to identify the risks within those vendors, a clear system in place to see anything that has to do with corruption, anything that has to do with deviation from set practices or SOPs. Another would be mandatory training. Training is necessary to make sure that, staff within have been trained to identify red flags and typologies, compliance to AML and CTF monitoring guidelines and regulations that have been put in place, and independent audits. I've just also listed 5 practical strategies for today in terms of ways to mitigate corruption risks and fraud risks. First is conducting a fraud risk assessment. It's critical across your products, across your processes, across your critical teams. The next is automating key controls, enforcing mandatory vacations, tying compensation to compliance, launching anonymous hotlines, which also speaks to the whistleblowing systems in place. Then implementation roadmaps, I've in a way spoken about this, but yes, it speaks to leadership commitments from the top, risk assessments, across products, control implementation. Every product must have a control system. Every operations must have maker checker systems to flag, deviations from standard process. Sustainable GRC, I know we've spoken about it previously, but yes, continuously conducting monitoring to mandate regulatory training, monitoring to flag deviations is key to, flagging anything that has to do with corruption deviations. And then, yes, and then finally, I think I'll just move to finally some of the case studies that has to do with, African context. We've seen what is happening in East Africa, a lot of success stories, a lot of collaboration. We have seen even the passporting regulation between Kenya, between Rwanda, where, they've signed an MOU where licenses can be passported, and then there's a clear understanding when it comes to regulation, clear understanding and handshake when it comes to compliance, right? Even in Southern Africa as well, we've seen how the FACF in South Africa, the FIX in South Africa has put in place, the FSC in South Africa has rolled out different regulations and guidelines to support, fraud prevention. In Nigeria as well, within the last 2 weeks, we've seen what is happening with the CBN. They've thrown out different guidelines with respect to, guidelines with respect to compliance checklists, guidelines with respect to fraud prevention. And it's important that we go through these guidelines so that we can have a thorough system that would prevent our organizations and our systems from being exposed to any aspect of fraud or corruption. Finally, in terms of key takeaways from strategic risks, fraud threatens organization survival and reputation. In terms of culture and tech, AI and biometrics must be backed by strong ethics. In terms of voices, we must ensure we have a secure and anonymous reporting system in place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Japhet. We appreciate the insight. So building on the references he made on the ACFE report to the nations, I would like to highlight that for participants who are interested in gaining deeper insight into fraud trends and strengthening their capacity in that area, like being a certified fraud examiner, you can reach out to the Rablo Woods team on Counter Fraud Learning Center for more information. You can just Google them. So Mr. Japhet, you've highlighted both the scale of fraud across Africa and its real impact on individuals. You've also mentioned while this threat persists despite existing controls such as weak governance, inflation. I would like to know, even though you've mentioned some key takeaways, maybe the top of your list, number one, from your experience, what would you say is the most effective intervention that has actually worked in practice, the most effective one? Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. So in my opinion, it starts from the tone at the top. Tone at the top, we've said that over and over, it's critical. But after the tone at the top, we need to ensure, organizations need to ensure they have strong identity and onboarding controls, first line of defense controls to ensure that users who they are being onboarded are who they say they are. These users are being, they are being proper KYC is being done on them, document verification, liveness check is being done. They are being screened against sanctions, PEP, adverse media. These are all things that relate to, strong identity. And after that, they must have real-time transaction monitoring process and systems in place, real-time systems to flag fraud and corruption index, right? These systems needs to be dynamic. These systems must be able to risk rank clients, risk rank transactions. It must have rule-based and machine learning models in place, artificial intelligence systems in place integrated within these solutions. And then anything that has to do with device intelligence is key. So these systems must have device intelligence. So in my opinion, tone at the top, strong KYC system, strong transaction and fraud monitoring system, and corruption system as well.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Finally, we're going to look at the future of business integrity in Africa. And Dr. Bode will be taking us through. And some of the questions I want him to cover when he's presenting is, why do fraud and corruption remain persistent challenges in many African organizations? What internal control systems are most effective in preventing financial misconduct? And how can organizations detect fraud earlier on before it escalates into major losses? Dr. Body, please go on. You're unmuted. You have to unmute. Sorry, you're muted.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Crystal clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. I want to confirm that my screen is showing.
Not yet. We can see you, your screen. Yes. Your slide. No. Yeah, we can see your screen. Yes.
I see my screen now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me. I'm so glad to be here, and I really enjoy all the previous speakers. I think they have made my work easier, so to speak. Rabia, I'm to speak on the future of business integrity and GRC in Africa. How to build resilient and ethical and future-ready businesses. Even though this is where I will go through today, I'm conscious of the time. This is where I will go through today. I want to also contribute to the explanation of GRC, governance, risk, and compliance, because it would be wrong for us to assume that everybody here really understand that concept. So I normally use the car on the road as to explain and simplify GRC. First of all, when we're talking about the governance, we should look at the car on the road itself, the driver, and the decision being made by the driver. We should look at the destination of the driver, of the car and the driver. We should also look at the risk. That is when we're talking about the governance, looking at the driver. Is the driver trained? Is he licensed to drive? Is he competent to drive the car? Is he of any injury or any likelihood of causing injury on others on the road? Can he make the right decision? Can the right decision be made in that environment? Is the car itself, what is the capacity of the car? Is it a car that can move on that type of road that is being driven on? Where is the destination? Because when you are going nowhere, when you don't know where you are going, anywhere is the road. You need to also determine the destination. Then what can go wrong? That is the risk part. What can go wrong? Can other road user eat this vehicle? Can other road user eat this vehicle? Is there any other factor that should be considered? What can go wrong on this road? Accidents? Can accidents happen? Can there be overturn? Can U-turn be made? But are there also rules guiding that road? I've seen a picture of a country where you just drive anyhow, even though it's two directional. We will see people driving any part of the road anyhow. If there is no rule, then there is no crime. All right. So you need to know the rules and you need to know how to follow the rules. Then you should also know that there are stakeholders when you are driving on the road. There is the environmental factor and there are stakeholders. When you are driving, before you make any decision, consider your family and friends, consider the community, consider that they want safety and security on the road. How safe is the road you are driving on? And so on and so forth. Let's bring that to a business environment where we have spoken about the place of leadership, the place of corporate objectives, the place of structure. We have spoken about the cyber attack for those that are having cyber presence. What are the risks associated with it? If all your business are done manually, then you don't have any issue with cyber attack. All right. What are the possibility of financial losses? What is the possibility of operational failure? What is the possibility of reputational damages? What is the reputation of litigation? All right. What are the laws and regulations you need to comply with when you are doing your business? What are the industry standards that you must consider when you are doing your business? What are the sectoral regulation? If you're in banking in Nigeria, central bank is your main regulator. But if you're a capital market operator, NGX, NGX and the Security Exchange Commission are your regulators. If you are in insurance in Nigeria, NICOM, Nigeria Insurance Commission, is your regulator. You need to know what are the regulations coming from them. And you need to also know your stakeholders in business. Investors are interested in the way you drive the car of the business. If they are interested in who is driving the car of the business. The employees are interested in the business integrity. The customers are also interested. The suppliers are also interested. Government, not only the government of your country, government of other parts of the country or the continent are also interested in your business because we are seeing the rippling effect of things. What are the environmental factors? Today is geopolitical tension in the Middle East is affecting the businesses in African countries. Some people did not even know anything about Iran until the fuel price started to increase. All right. So this is just to simplify the GRC and where the business integrity, the business interest comes in. But in Africa, we have our peculiarities. All right. We should know that when we want to talk about GRC in Africa, we should consider our peculiarity of deficits in infrastructural and in our infrastructural and structural constraints. We should know that we have infrastructural deficit. We should know that we have massive informal sector. We should know that we have high cost of doing business. So if we have high cost of doing business and you still want to strive in that environment, are you going to do the right thing? Are you going to do things right? This is where the issue of GRC comes in. People want to make profit. You want to make profit through the right business conduct. But we should also know the peculiarity of Africa that we have youthful demography. We are putting plus there because there's an opportunity. We have Gen Z workplace, employees. How do you handle it? How do you handle where remote work is now the demand factor to consider before employment is taken? How do you consider that when in your own years as Gen X or whichever generation you belong to, you must always come to the office, okay, before work is done. The new generations are saying that work is what we do, not where we go. All right. How do you handle that in governance? All right. We should also know the peculiarity of Africa, that we are woman-centric in our business approach. We consider the factor of human being, not just the business entirely. We should also know that the issue of urbanization, I could see that also in the report presented at the beginning of this session, that urbanization is an opportunity that we should look at also as business people. We should also consider the rapid adoption of mobile money, mobile phone, fintech solution in Africa. We are doing it more than even Europe, even America. I must tell you, in some places, in America to today, they are still cutting checks. But in Nigeria, some people have not seen checks in a year or two. All right, it's plus plus for us. All right, and we must also see the efforts of African Union through the AFC FTA to bring all the countries together to a single massive market. EU is trying in that area, all right, yet British exited, all right, but this is happening in Africa. It is our peculiarity. And we must also know that the face of GRC is changing and is being decided by factors like operational resilience. We are looking at GRC that is now intelligence-led, where you need to use predictive analytics to determine what is being discussed at the board level. So that is where the issue of discussing the issue of future is coming in. All right. Board members, business organization must position themselves to be proactive and let their decisions on risk and governance be led by intelligence. We can see that whether we like it or not, digital innovation is driving efficiency, but it's also coming with its own risk, with governance issue around data protection, issue around AI ethics, issue around digital conduct. When you are collecting people's data, what do you do with them? And we see countries in Africa now coming up with their data protection laws and enforcement authorities. As we go into the future, we will see a situation where this is going to be the norm. All right. And we are also seeing a situation where the regulators are now demanding for real-time tracking. Gone are the days where you render paper returns to your regulator. I have been part of that, bringing our returns to CBN physically, submitting paper returns. Now they are connected to your systems. They are asking to connect to your core business applications to do real-time monitoring and enforcement. And I want to tell you, it's going to be bigger as we go. All right? We are seeing a situation in GRC now that if you are not cyber risk literate, you cannot be on the board, because cyber risk is now a board level priority. It's no more a technical function. There is no way you discuss anything on the board level or at any level in any function or department that the issue of cyber risk will not feature. We have come to the point where ESG is shifting from voluntary practice. I think that is also one of the projections in the research paper submitted. Is moving from voluntary practice to a regulatory requirement, and we see this happening already. Where I will show that shortly. We are also seeing sectoral regulators adopting risk-sensitive and dynamic forward-looking framework. In Nigeria today, for other part of, for the education of other colleagues from Africa, in Nigeria to today, capital of banks are now risk-based, to the extent that they are even asking for stress testing of your capital. So it's not just capital adequacy in the amount of capital, it must be according to your risk. So even if you bring in the same capital with everybody, but your business will require more than that, the capital adequacy requirement for you will be more than your colleague. All right. And we're also seeing regional harmonization. The work that is being done by AU is now bringing, now we have an Africa payments scheme system where you can do inter-country transfer, not just, in fact, instant transfer in inter-country. All right. This can be an opportunity for financial crime. But AU is also bringing countries together to fight financial crimes and money laundering. These are the things that are changing. If you want to move to other parts of Africa, then you must consider how to harmonize yourself with this. Now, I need to also tell us that environmental and social governance issue is now going to be embedded in, is now being embedded in business practices. And if you think anything has been done in the past, I want to tell you it's going to be more in the coming year, where you are being told as business owners that enjoy today, but don't deny them of tomorrow. If your business is producing waste, then you must know that the waste you are generating to make profit today is having impact on the community. Your type of business objectives may have social implication on the community. And central bankers in Africa came together, and the central bank governor of Nigeria, the CBN, Central Bank of Nigerian governor, said specifically that climate risk is now a financial risk. Before now, we used to say, oh, financial and non-financial risk. But now, there is a clear correlation between non-financial and financial losses. And climate risk is now going to be part of your stress testing, that your capital stress testing. And if it is already embedded in the clarification provided by Central Bank of Nigeria to banks or on stress testing, I can tell you that this will flow to the remaining part of Africa very soon. Okay? And we must also see, as I explained earlier, that investors are interested in the way we are driving our businesses. And the Nigerian exchange is already mandatory sustainability and ESG disclosure. So it's no more voluntary. It's not going to be mandatory. And we see countries issuing green bonds, showing that they are doing ESG friendly investments or issuing bond. And we see African countries now involved in digital inclusion, education, and initiatives that drive social inclusion. Okay. Let me skip this one. This is what African Development Bank Group is doing through the last president. So how is technology and digital transformation, how is it going to impact GRC? Yes, as I've mentioned earlier, in the coming years, we'll be seeing more of digital mature private sectors where cloud-first business models is going to be adopted. That is, we see everything now going into cloud, and we are not going to have server rooms in many of our businesses, especially the big ones, where we're going to have AI-enabled operations, and it's going to be digital-first customer engagement, customer acquisition, customer engagement is going to be digital. We have companies now in Nigeria that, in fact, they have to be forced to have physical presence because they presented themselves as digital-first organization, and they are acquiring customers digitally, engaging the customers digitally, getting deposit and making payments digitally. Okay. In the coming year, based on technology is going to make corporate governance to be stronger, where the board members will be tech experts. You cannot come and discuss business, come to the board without having knowledge of technology. You should be able to contribute to the technological discussion, where cybersecurity oversight is now mandatory, and data governance is going to be a strategic priority. Technology is going to drive us to integrated GRC ecosystem where compliance is now automated. Like I mentioned earlier, if your regulator will call for real-time monitoring, you must have implemented that real-time monitoring in your organization, where you will see the board members asking for the dashboard of your risk, asking for the dashboard of your regulatory compliance, asking for it, even cross-border regulatory intelligence. They want to know what is happening in DRC. They want to know what is happening in Sierra Leone. They want to know what is happening in Nigeria. And this is going to drive it going forward. So where is the business integrity? We're going to see the request by investors, lenders, and partners asking for more transparency, asking for higher bar for trust. And this is going to come with clear cyber posture, data protection, governance disclosure, strong governance, reliable data. And we're going to see a situation where the regulators in the coming years, the way technology is going to be used, all right, getting tougher. And you should expect fines for data breaches. There are some of us that will just deal with data anyhow. Data governance, there are guidelines, there are framework, and if there is any data breach, you are going to be fined. Mandatory reporting for incidents is happening in Nigeria already. If there's any incident in your company, you must report it. If you don't report it and the regulator get to know about it, you are going to be fined and penalized and higher sanction for not disclosing that incident before it comes to the regulator. Okay. Hold on for me, please. I'm trying to see if that is for me. Okay, thank you. All right. We are going to see sector-specific digital rules. The one is not going to be a general rule. The rule for fintech will be different from the health sector and so on. And how do we prepare for the future? I want to first of all say that the leadership team that doesn't understand digital risk cannot safeguard it. I've mentioned it earlier. And there's no way they can capitalize on the digital opportunities. And the more you move towards the digital opportunities, then you must know that there will be digital risk. And the governance must be structured to handle it. So I will quickly run through this to let us know how to prepare for the future while I close. Number one, we must add digital and cybersecurity and data experts to the board. I mentioned that earlier. You must create that community, that committee that will specifically handle digital and technology issues, either for governance, for risk, and for compliance. We must modernize our governance. We mustn't say that this is the way it's been done in the past and that's the way it's going to be done going forward. The landscape is changing. And we need to know that cybersecurity should be treated as a business risk. My colleague has mentioned something like this earlier. And it's not an IT problem. You should strengthen it. And I must also mention that we need to invest in people. We need to invest in people. I repeat, we need to invest in people. And we must know that you cannot do that alone as a company. We must create that community. We must create that ecosystem of people that collaborate to deal with issues arising from the future that we are asking for. Okay? I think I can skip this. I've mentioned this. This is actually for professionals. Professionals must be ready to be technical and digitally compliance. The competence they need to have, I've already lined that out. Issue around advanced risk and compliance capability, issue around ethics and integrity and ESG leadership, issue around strategic and business leadership. But I must mention here, let me go back to this particular one. We must know that as professionals, there are some minimum that you must know. You must know cybersecurity fundamentals. It's not meant for the IT people anymore. You must know what cloud computing is about. You don't need to be an IT person to know issue around cloud computing, data governance, AI, and automation literacy. Is that mandatory? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I need to let us know that the future GRC professional in Africa and for a stronger organization for business integrity must be tech savvy, ethically grounded, strategic and data driven, digitally fluent, must have a strong communication skill. And the leadership must be leadership that advance the culture of integrity. And that organization will now be called GRC First Organization or GRC by design. Compliance must be by design. GRC must be by design. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Body. Left to me, you would have gone over and over. I like that. Just keep going because my notes is filled up. I have so many pages. I like that they were very practical, but especially and particularly like the analogy you made in comparing risk compliance to a journey with governance as the driver, risk as what could go wrong, and compliance as the rule guiding the processes. In practice, I would like to know how organizations can ensure that these three elements remain aligned rather than working in silos.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I mentioned, that is when the organization from the top, from the design of your organization, is GRC by design, GRC first, where you know that you want to form the organization, you are drafting your objective. Remember the issue of the vehicle on the road, all right?
Yes.
When the driver, the board members, who are now the drivers or the managers of the business, they are well educated to know about governance, risk, and compliance, not just about the business. Where, while as you are drafting the corporate objectives, is embedded to recognize that there are regulatory requirements for what they are doing. I remember Tonito mentioned something like that earlier, where it is when something now went on that somebody will now tell you that, oh, there is a need to comply with the following. Somebody should know that as they are coming up with a business initiative, they are already asking, is there any regulatory requirement that will stop us from this or that will advance our cause? Is there any risk associated? What could go wrong as we are coming up with this idea? Is the issue of, do you want to have only accelerator as the pedal in your car, or you want to have both accelerator and brake in your car? Okay. Issue of leadership, issue of business objectives, issue of how decisions are made, should recognize that there is a place for governance, there is a place for risk. If you have business objective, then there is possibility that that objective will not be achieved, and that is risk. Okay, and you should know that you are working in an environment that not only driving the car for yourself, you should recognize that there are the other road users that you must be conscious of. There are other businesses, there is the business environment, business community that will also impact positively or negatively your business objective. That is the way to go about it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you to all our speakers for this engaging and very insightful presentations. There's this African saying, or is it the Nigerian saying, where we say, follow who know would. So I'm glad we followed you all. You've led us diligently, you've led us with experience, and been impacted by your presentations and the insights you've shared. And now I would like to move on to question and answer sessions. If there are any questions, please drop them in the chat box. I'll just give a couple of minutes to see if there are any questions before I wrap up with a closing statement. Questions, please drop your questions in the chat box. Okay. Okay. There's one question for Dr. Bodi, and it says, hello, Dr. Bodi. Thank you so much for speaking extensively on GRC. It's been really insightful. My question goes as thus. How can one convince businesses on how important GRC is to the inception of a business? Dr. Bodi, over to you, please.
If I get the question right, how can you convey this at the inception of the business?
How to convince businesses how important GRC is at the inception of the business. Yes.
Okay. That is good. Recently, I spoke at a business gathering for startups where I was also driving this discussion, where you have to know that there is no way you want to start a business that is sustainable. without knowing the regulation around it. So when somebody is telling you, don't tell them the story of doom, that it shouldn't happen or it will not happen. Just let them know that these are the regulations guiding what they want to do. Either coming from the place of law. For instance, you cannot receive deposits in Nigeria from people when you are not a bank, when you are not licensed. So if you have a superb business idea to collect money, to collect deposit from people, and somebody is sharing that with you, you should let the person know that you need to register your business name, you need to register as a company, you need to just listing what the person will need to do. You need to register as a company. You need to get license from central bank to collect the dividend, to collect the deposit. Otherwise, you'll be breaking the law. All right. We have seen organizations that are doing this and they have to be blacklisted and the promoters have to be imprisoned. Okay. You will see on the SEC website listing those that are not authorized to do some kind of businesses. So it's just education. Okay, educating informal businesses, business owners on the need to know the rules guiding their businesses. That is my suggestion.
Okay, and there's a second question for you as well. And it goes, how do people without technical background transition into GRC, and how easy is the transition?
Interesting. There's no technical background to GRC. That is what I want to first of all clear with anybody asking this question. There is no technicality to it. If you are talking about domain knowledge, I would say yes. All right, because in GRC it is multidisciplinary. When we are talking about governance, we have lawyers there. We have people that study computer science. We have chartered accountants. We have bankers. We have people that study strategy in GRC. So it is multidisciplinary. What I would just suggest is that in whatever organization you are, have conversation with your assurance team. You will see that company, if you're a lawyer, company secretary or legal department are part of the GRC suit. Internal audit, internal control, compliance, they are all part of the GRC ecosystem. So there's no technicality to it. I would just suggest that you should be interested in any of those functions in your organization.
Okay, another question as a build up to that, which I think you've responded to, is that what are the important certifications to get started? But you just said it, that there's no need, right? Or are there certifications for transitioning to GRC, especially in cybersecurity? I know cybersecurity have certification, but GRC itself, I do not think that you need certification to transition, just like you've mentioned.
Yeah, you don't need certification to transition, but just to have a better domain knowledge, then you may have to subscribe to like become a certified fraud examiner, become a certified anti-money laundering, become have understanding of the laws and regulations and so on and so forth. It's just to strengthen your domain knowledge. Cybersecurity is also a part of what we are talking about, because when we are talking about risk, you know that cyber risk is also a risk you need to manage. So if you are in risk management and you are into credit risk, you only need to have a little knowledge of cybersecurity just to be aware. But if you are in operational risk, then cybersecurity will be a major domain knowledge for you. So it depends on where you are in the ecosystem. It will determine the domain knowledge you will need and certification that you will need.
Okay, thank you so much. So for the last question we're taking, I'll direct it to our first speaker, Ms. Tonito, if you're still here with us, because it touches on leadership. It says, what practical steps can organizations take to embed a culture of integrity beyond policies, especially in an environment where informal practices often override formal controls? Ms. Tonito, if you're still with us.
She is no longer on the call.
Okay, if Dr. Bode, if you can help us respond to this question. I don't
Okay.
have any question.
So, first of all, as a business strategist and management consultant, I must tell you that informal organization drives the formal organization. Somebody may come for my head on that, but we know that there are a lot of informal relationship, but there must be that strong formal structure, all right, which the organization will be accountable for. So you in embedding in ensuring the enforcement of that formal structure, which is accountable, which you will account to your regulator. Business integrity will be there. And I will pick one, for instance, financial reporting. You can have any informal relationship you want to have up to a particular point. If you are quoted on the stock exchange, the format of your reporting is already defined. So policies must be put in place to ensure that you comply with the financial reporting from LGS. All right? So
Yes.
culture of integrity will now be embedded, whether you have informal or, and remember, we also have ICFR, internal control on financial reporting, where issue of integrity of the management is always questioned. So these are the things that will allow the informal practices not to override the formal controls. You will ensure that the requirement of the law, the requirement of the sectoral regulators come forward, and then any form of informal things that you are going through should not affect those requirements from your regulators. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the intervention. To wrap up, I would like to say that it is very clear that strengthening governance and embedding our risk into strategy and then proactively managing fraud risk are essential for building a resilient and trustworthy institutions across Africa. And then one thing is very clear and it stands out, that governance, risk, and compliance are no longer just technical functions. They are basically central to the trust, to the growth, and to the future of business in Africa. And more importantly, they don't require just systems, they require intentional leadership and culture. So on behalf of the organizers, I would like to sincerely thank our speakers for sharing their insights and our audience for participating in this session. Please enjoy the rest of this summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was quite a very engaging and educative session, and I appreciate the angles that the conversation had taken and where it has brought us to. So thank you very much, Rabia, for excellently moderating the session, and thank you. Special thanks to also all our panelists. So we'll go straight to take another keynote speech. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a keynote speaker by name Matteo Jarin Kovi. He is the global manager for partners and media at GRC, and he's going to be delivering his keynote address on the topic Integrity as Capital, how strong governance attracts investment and builds global confidence. Now, during his 25-year career, Matteo has played important roles in a wide array of industries, especially landing in the financial services sector, where he has focused on content creation and management and business writing geared towards the financial services industry. After dabbling in the oil and gas field, managing media relations for the Venezuelan embassy in Washington, D.C., and working as a program manager for a Cyprus study abroad firm, Matteo served as content manager for TaxiLinked. an international network for tax and law professionals, and content writer for FX Primus. A forex broker with a strong presence in Southeast Asia. Today, he leads the charge for the Association of Governance, Risk and Compliance, AGRC, as a global manager for partners and media, establishing strategic partnership, promoting the association's work, and liaising with members and partner organizations. He holds BAs in Foreign Affairs and Latin American Studies from the University of Virginia, and an MA in Latin American Studies with a focus on sociology and anthropology from the University of California in San Diego. Plus, he is a journalist and writer who has published fiction, food and wine articles, financial content, and other travel-related pieces in several local and global publications. Thank you very much, Mr. Mateo, for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you. Please, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, A4s, for the invitation. Let me share my screen. 1 second. I have the presentation here. Can everyone hear me? Yes?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. So now you can see my screen.
It is still coming up.
It should be there now.
I can see it now. Yes.
Excellent. So I have 20 minutes here. I'm going to put a timer so I don't run over time. Make sure that, we keep as close as possible within schedule. First of all, thank you very much for having me here today during this African Perspectives Business GRC conference. The idea here is to basically look at the more ethical side of things and looking at how integrity can serve as capital and how basically having strong governance structures can attract investment and build global compliance. So let's get started. Let's start with a negative, of course. I mean, we're going to start off with a negative and then actually move our way up and work our ways towards the positives of actually, running a business that has integrity and that has strong corporate governance frameworks. So let's establish the importance of integrity by looking at two case studies that you might be familiar with. The first one is the Wirecard collapse of 2020, basically in which $1.9 billion in cash that supposedly existed on the books simply vanished as a result of, the CEOs and the, people at the top executive management, essentially, cooking the books and departing with all this money. This was, one of the Germany's most celebrated fintech companies. It was one of the darlings of the market, and it essentially wiped out shareholders' value, and it essentially shook trust in European financial regulation. One of the main lessons here, of course, is that fabricating integrity deceives only temporarily, and the collapse is always more costly than the cover-up. Okay, so you might try covering up things, but at the end of the day, if that cover-up actually goes out to the public, the costs are going to be much greater than whatever money you could have possibly made from that. I always recommend this book because I think it's fascinating. It's a book about the Wirecard case. It's there for everyone to read. I think also there's a series on Netflix that is based on the book by a journalist from the Financial Times in the UK. Another example that you might be more familiar with is the Steinhoff Africa 2017 case, where basically $7.4 billion were overstated in profits. And this essentially, led to a huge drop in the share price of Steinhoff, over 80% in 2 days. And within a couple of weeks or a few weeks, the company had lost nearly 14 billion in market capitalization. Retirement savings were lost. There was a crash in the JSC, etc. So basically, governance failure and this lack of integrity also has a very, very marked human cost. It is not something abstract that, is out there in the ether. It is something that will affect people, will affect pension funds, will affect the retail sector, will affect people beyond, those in the company. So, we're talking about workers, families, and entire economies. So with that said, these are basically, this is These are worst case scenarios of what can happen when there are failures in integrity or when there are failures in corporate governance. There are myriad of other examples that we can list here. We can talk about Boeing, we can talk about Volkswagen, we can talk about FTX, we can talk about Theranos. But I mean, there are all sorts of cases where, this lack of government governance, frameworks and structures and, this lack of integrity have led to these sort of situations. So how do we define integrity? I mean, looking at the Webster's definition of integrity, it is essentially the firm adherence to a code of specially moral or artistic values. Here, what I want to put emphasis on is on morality or ethics. And, one word that goes very nicely with this definition is incorruptibility. So, an organization that is incorruptible, that is not going to fall prey to corruption or, unethical activities or illicit activities or illegal activities. So within the business, let's say within the business sort of sector or framework, how would we define business integrity? And essentially, business integrity is the alignment of an organization's actions with its stated values. And this is something that has to be done consistently, transparently, and has to perform at a high level, even when under pressure. So keep that in mind. So if you look at, let's say, three components of what business integrity should encompass. One is an ethical conduct, okay? So we have to do what is right and not just what is legal, okay? So always do what is morally or ethically right. Bribery may be common in many countries throughout the globe. Coming from Latin America, I'm originally Ecuadorian, where, bribery is something that is sort of ingrained in society. Yes, it might be common and people do it, everywhere in many different instances. It doesn't mean that it's acceptable. It doesn't mean that it's something that, should happen on the regular, okay? For an organization to act ethically means, not to take bribes, for example. We should look at transparency too. And this essentially means, disclosing all material risks and performance in an honest manner. You want to be as transparent as possible with your shareholders, with your stakeholders, with society as a whole. Investors, people who invest money in any organization, what they put price on, what they actually value is trust. Being opaque, dealing in opacity, it will always carry a premium trust, a premium cost. And this is something that, for example, in the Wirecard case is pretty obvious. There was this level of opacity of an organization that, presented itself as something that was legitimate, but in reality wasn't, okay? Last but not least, we have accountability. And when it comes to accountability, leaders and boards have to be answerable for outcomes and not just their intentions. People, stakeholders, shareholders have to put these leaders, executive managers, and the boards on the spotlight. They have to basically put them on the spotlight and have them be answerable for any sort of outcomes that are coming out from that organization. The board table should not be a refuge where, board members can simply hide and not take responsibility and not be accountable for anything. The board table has to show that level of accountability for any organization to operate correctly. So if we look at the three sort of sections of GRC, if we look at governance, we look at risk, and we look at compliance, they all work in an engaged manner. They all are interrelated to one another. Just from listening to a lot of the speakers today, I wasn't able to be here in the morning, but just from listening to the past 3 or 4 presentations, I mean, these are all things that are common sense. These are all things that I think we all know in this room as experts in this area. But let me just kind of work our way through some of this very quickly. So governance is related to leadership, and it basically is going to measure how well your leadership is doing, or basically, what sort of level of integrity they have in order to, run that organization. So one thing we have to keep in mind is board independence. We need directors who are going to ask the hard questions. We need directors to challenge. We need directors to, within that, be ethical and morally upright. Okay, we don't want directors simply who are going to follow in line with the executive manager, or basically, not actually challenge things. Okay, one thing we want to avoid when we have a board of directors is groupthink. Have a group of directors that all follow the same line. We do want to have that variety, that diversity, and this is something that it's very prominent right now when you look at ESG and diversity, equity, inclusion, etc. At the same time, we want our executives to be accountable and be held accountable. So CEO and performance and the performance of executive management should be tied to ethics, and it should not just be tied to how much money that company makes. At the same time, shareholder and stakeholder rights have to be protected. Smaller investors should be protected from those at the top who might be helping themselves, who might be, acting in immoral or unethical ways. And this also applies to stakeholders. I mean, we're not only looking at shareholders now, we're looking at, the media, we're looking at employees, we're looking at civil society, we're looking at clients, okay? It goes beyond just those people who have invested money in the company. Last but not least, we have to look at governance as a long-term strategic thinking. It's no longer about short-term quarter chasing. The words that are very in vogue these days are, one, sustainability. We want organizations that are sustainable, that are in it for the long run and can actually last in the long term, and also resilient. Organizations that can actually survive or actually weather any sort of storm that might approach. Things are very sort of complex. Things are evolving very rapidly. Things are fluctuating, very volatile these days, and we need organizations that are resilient. And strong governance sort of frameworks and practices will allow organizations to be more sustainable and more resilient. When it comes to I wanted to just highlight this very quickly, in terms of the ethics premium. There's an organization called Ethisphere, and they basically put out a report on an annual basis looking at the world's most ethical companies. And these are basically companies that are recognized for their integrity and ethical governance. And basically what they have found is that those companies that show high levels of integrity and ethical governance have outperformed most of their peers by 7.8% over the 5 years between 2020 and 25. And that, in the last report that actually I think came out a few weeks ago, has risen to 8.2%. So it's a very interesting document to take a look at, just to show that, being ethical, having high levels of integrity is good for the bottom line, and it actually is good for performance. In this day and age, something else that I have to mention is, we have this new generation of professionals, whether they're Gen Z or millennials, who are more in tune or looking more closely to the type of organizations they actually want to work with for, or that they want to buy products for or buy services for. These are organizations that, are ethical, are protecting the environment, are doing things in the right way. So you have to keep that in mind. And this, I think, rings true considering what, Ethisphere has been showing us with these reports. Very quickly looking at risk management. This is the protection system. Okay, we looked at leadership, which is governance. We look at now at risk management, which is the protection system. As we all know, if you're in risk management, we're looking at, identifying risks. We're looking at assessing risks, and we're looking at how to respond to risks. So first, we need to map strategic, operational, financial, and reputational risks before they materialize, basically identifying what those potential risks might be. So building a risk register, carrying out a risk assessment, this is not extra work. This is basically a tool that any organization needs to survive. Then we have to assess those risks and basically quantify the likelihood and the impact of these risks actually taking place. And then prioritize. Here's where the risk matrix obviously come into play. So not every risk deserves equal attention. So you have to triage your exposure to these different risks. And then, of course, once you have identified your risk, once you have assessed your risk via your risk matrix, then you have to respond to those risks, of course. So accept, mitigate, transfer, or avoid, as we all know, are the four main sort of ways of handling with risks. And of course, we're going to embed risk appetite into any sort of decision, all the way from the boardroom to the front line. Your board is going to define what your risk appetite is, and that has to then work its way all the way down to the front line. So we have the risk management. The board, of course, has a role here. Compliance, as we're going to see, also has a role here. So last but not least, we have compliance, which is the accountability mechanism. It is not just a checkbox. This is basically visible proof of your commitments to following regulations, to being ethical, to having a high level of integrity. Okay? When it comes to compliance, you have to go beyond those minimum standards. Regulatory compliance and just ticking those boxes, as they say, that is the floor. That is not the ceiling. leading organization basically exceed these minimum requirements to build trust capital. The more ethical, the more higher levels of integrity you have, the more you show that you're willing to comply with these requirements and going above and beyond those requirements, the more trust capital you're going to generate with your clients, which is going to, of course, lead to better performance and higher earnings, potentially or hopefully. Then we have to establish that compliance culture across the organization. Rules that are written in manuals, they don't mean anything without leaders who actually model that ethical behavior daily. We have mentioned, I've heard, I think already 2 or 3 speakers today mention tone from the top, and that is a fact. I mean, the tone has to come from the boardroom, it has to come from senior management, and then it has to trickle down all the way to the front line, to those in the lower positions. I mean, if someone at the bottom sees that they have corrupt or unethical leaders, then it's going to be much easier for them to kind of carry out those same sort of activities. And then we must have anti-corruption vigilance. We have regulations across the world. We have the FCPA in the US, we have the UK Bribery Act, we have the AUCPCC in Africa, and these basically creates cross-border obligations. And non-compliance might exclude organizations from global supply chains and finance. So, yes, comply with your local regulations, but go beyond that and comply with regulations that fall outside of your jurisdiction as, again, a way of building that trust capital. A good case study of, failures of compliance is the MTN group in Nigeria and the NCC fine, where, MTN was fined 5.2 billion by the NCC for failing to disconnect about 5.1 million unregistered SIM cards. Consequences, MTN's share price fell 12% in a single day. 3 executives had to resign, including the group CEO. Of course, the fine was settled down to 1 billion, but still, I mean, it shows what sort of effect this lack of compliance and this lack of acting in an ethical way or in a way that shows high levels of integrity has on an organization. So GRC works together, governance, risk, and compliance, they all work together. They create a triad, an integrated system where each pillar basically reinforces each other. So we should see this as a whole, not as sort of siloed exercises or siloed divisions. These are things that basically work together to kind of provide that organization with a higher level of integrity, with a higher level of practices that are ethical, that are moral, that are correct. Okay. So why does this all matter for Africa? I mean, if you look at some statistics when it comes to the region, when it comes to annual illicit financial flows from Africa, they range all the way from 50 to 89 billion when it comes to, let's say, money laundering and other sort of illicit financial flows. Governance has been cited as a top FDI, foreign direct investment barrier across African markets. This is by the World Bank. And then, we have seen from Ethisphere that, in 2026 alone, 8.2% of companies, and that basically the outperformance of ethical companies versus peers over 5 years has been 8.2% higher. So governance starts, I think, what I want to say is at a national level and then should trickle down. Again, we're talking about tone of the top. Tone of the top starts with your national government. And if you see your national government operating in a ethical and with high levels of integrity, this is going to trickle down to organizations, to the major corporations within that jurisdiction, and that's going to trickle down then to smaller organizations. So basically, I mean, if you look at, for example, Rwanda and using GRC as a national strategy, in 2008, Rwanda built a national reform strategy focused on governance, anti-corruption, digital public services through the Rwanda Development Board. As a result, for example, in the latest in the 2025 World Bank's Be Ready report, Rwanda was #1 in sub-Saharan Africa and 12th globally for operational efficiency. And this is, the only low-income economy in the world's top quintile. So it shows that, actually focusing on these things as a nation, as a jurisdiction, can have very positive impacts and can also, bring on board investments, investors, capital, etc. At the same time, I think the African Continental Free Trade Area, one of the world's largest free trade zones by participating countries, offers a very good opportunity for organizations to, make use of these of this free trade area. Capital flows, I believe, will flow to organizations and nations that have credible GRC frameworks, that are showing good governance, that basically are being ethical, that are leading with high levels of integrity. So, those who govern well will actually grow. Those who don't govern that well might have trouble actually attracting those investors and growing their business, growing their GDP, etc. So just to kind of wrap things up, I have about 1:55, which is perfect timing. Just a strategic message. And what is this all about? So integrity is not a soft concept, it's a hard business asset. Integrity attracts capital. So for example, if you look at ESG integrated assets, they now exceed 30 trillion globally, okay? And ESG integrated assets are basically assets that have high levels of integrity, are ethical in nature, etc. Asset managers across the globe are screening for governance quality before financial returns. This again falls in line with Gen Z and millennials looking for products, organizations to work with, organizations to partner with that are more ethical and that have higher levels of integrity in nature in general. So governance is an investment case here. At the same time, integrity builds reputation. You have country and corporate reputation basically have become assets on the balance sheet. Nations and companies with integrity track records access cheaper debt. They attract greater talent, and they might win contracts over competitors. You see all the scandals they are about, human labor abuses from organizations, using sweatshops, etc., and how that has damaged their reputation. So integrity is a way of building your reputation, which in turn will bring in more capital, more investors, a better reputation for your organization. Integrity reduces cost of risk. So organizations with strong GRC frameworks experience fewer regulatory penalties, fewer litigation costs, less crisis interventions, less crisis management, and that is going to free a lot of capital for growth. You don't want to be paying fines. You don't want to be, rushing to your PR officer to, handle some sort of crisis just emerged because, your organization acted in an unethical or immoral way, or basically did not comply with the rules. This is going to basically save you a lot of time and money just by acting in a way that shows high levels of integrity. Then, last but not least, integrity enables partnerships. Global supply chain partners, development finance institutions, multilateral lenders, all of these sort of parties require governance compliance as a precondition. They want to work with organizations or jurisdictions that basically are operating like this. So GRC in this case is the gateway and not a barrier to entrance. You need to have these sort of frameworks in place. You have to act with integrity to be able to enter certain markets, enter certain industries, and actually get your foot in the door. So just to kind of leave you with some questions to think about. I know my time ran out, but I'll take 20 seconds to do this. Will you be the leader who treats governance as a burden or as a competitive advantage? These are food for thought. These are questions for you to think about and to bring to your organization as a brainstorming exercise, let's say. Will your organization be one that regulators pursue or one that sets the standard? Will Africa be a continent that waits for investment or one that earns it through integrity? So just remember that integrity is not what we do when people are watching. It is what we do when they are not. With that said, feel free to reach out to me. My email is right there, mateo@agrc.org. Happy to engage in any further discussions. You can follow us on LinkedIn too. Happy to discuss any sort of these matters or anything else that our association does with you. So thank you very much for the invitation again. And I guess I might have some time for some questions now.
Thank you very much, Mateo. Before we take the questions, I really, really appreciate your strategic message where you said that integrity is not a soft concept. It is a hard business asset. I mean, that was a punchline, and thank you for the way you had ended that integrity is not what we do when people are watching. It is what we do when they are not. That is very profound. So thank you very much for your very enlightening speech. And quickly would like to take questions. Do we have any questions? Having listened to the keynote speech, Do we have any questions as we gradually bring this summit to a beautiful close? Do we have any questions for Matteo? Let me see in the chat room.
I don't see any, but happy to
Okay,
engage with anyone who
no
has any
questions.
questions offline. No worries.
Okay. All right. All right. I actually do have a question, and where you mentioned that Africa loses up to $89 billion annually through illicit financial flows. Yet Rwanda transformed its economy from making GRC a national strategy. So what would it take? From your thought, what would it take? What do you think it would take for a country or an organization to adopt governance reform as a deliberate growth engine rather than a regulatory obligation?
I mean, I personally, as a political scientist, I think it all starts from your national leaders. It starts from whoever is in government, and let's say Congress, your president, your executive branch. I mean, and what their sort of message is to the nation. I mean, if they actually put having these strong governance frameworks in place as part of their political campaign, as part of their message to the nation, and they actually go through with implementing, or at least starting implementation of practices that will lead to greater, let's say, ethical or higher level of integrity. I mean, that's a starting point, and that I think will then trickle down to other organizations, corporations that might actually be operating in the region or operating in the country. But yeah, I mean, I cannot repeat this more often, but the tone does start from the top, and in this state, I mean, the tone is your national leadership at the presidential level and at Congress, and I think it starts from there. Now, how it's implemented, that's going to depend on a sort of case by case basis, depending on regional sort of idiosyncrasies. It's going to depend on cultural, socioeconomic, etc. idiosyncrasies. But I mean, it does have to be a movement that starts from positions of leadership. I could see potentially too, if we kind of flip the coin around, I could also see civil society taking a very sort of prominent role in, let's say, pressuring those higher up to actually sort of move in that direction, or at least reinforce the work that is being done to establish, strong governance frameworks and practices. So civil society too, whether that's, unions or communities or the media or non-governmental organizations, nonprofits, also doing their role in pressuring national leaders and CEOs and executive managers to actually sort of pursue this as a goal and not just as a tick box exercise. I think that will also sort of speed up the process and sort of catalyze a move in that direction. So, it's a combination of factors, and it comes from both ends. It comes from both civil society, but also there has to be that commitment from national leadership. I don't know if that answered the question, but hopefully it did.
Yes, yes. All right, thank you for sharing your thoughts on that question. So we appreciate you. Let's put a round of applause and appreciation in the chat room or reactions. Yes, let's have that. Thank you very much, Matteo, for sharing your time and being patient with us. I know we're behind schedule, but
no worries.
You've been patient with us. Thank you very much.
I freed up my afternoon for this, so thank you very much for the invitation again.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so moving on, we are supposed to take the third keynote, which is to be delivered by Vera Cheripanova. She is the executive director and board member at the Board of the Future. Okay, I would just have to go through her profile. First, she serves as the chair, director, and ethics advisor to global professional bodies, corporations, and international nonprofits. She is executive director of Boards of the Future, a US-based nonprofit advancing ethical leadership and integrity at the highest level of corporate power. Vera is the chair of the Global Forum for Governance, Risk and Performance at the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants, a member of the International Council at Compliance and Business Ethics Association of Kazakhstan, and serves on the steering committee of Compliance Net, an interdisciplinary research network on compliance. She writes and speaks about philosophy, business ethics, risk, and workplace culture. She is the author of books chapter, practical guides, as well as hundreds of articles on all aspects of ethics, risk, compliance, and governance. Her insights have been featured in the Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, Law 360, CTAM, The Banker, and Thomson Reuters. So she is not able to join us live. She had sent in a recorded version of her speech, and that we would be sending to your emails. We'll send the link for you to download her speech, very profound and very well articulated and very timely, and we'll encourage that when you receive it, pay attention to it, and you definitely would gain value from that. All right, so before we bring this to a beautiful close, we'd like to spotlight our partners again. We have the Association of Governance, Risk and Compliance, and it's a global professional body committed to advancing excellence in GRC, and they provide certifications, trainings, and collaborative platforms that equip professionals and organizations to manage risks, ensure compliance, and uphold strong governance practices. So please do visit their website to read up more and reach out to them. And we have Rablow Woods Counter Fraud Center. It's a center is a leading anti-fraud and compliance focused training and consulting firm dedicated to strengthening institutional integrity across Africa. For over 13 years, they have served as the sole authorized trainer of the ACFE and the exclusive provider of the CFE exam review course in West Africa, empowering over 1,000 certified fraud examiners across Africa and globally. Through bespoke training, executive masterclasses, and industry-focused programs, they equip professionals with the skill to detect, prevent, and combat fraud and financial crimes. They partner with regulators, financial institutions, and organizations to build resilient systems and promote ethical standards across the continent. So please reach out to them. Feel free to reach out to them and visit their website for more info. And we have Info Assure, which was founded to bridge a critical gap in the African cybersecurity landscape, providing organizations, both large and small, with enterprise-grade security solutions that are practical, affordable, and business-focused. And today, Info Assure is recognized as one of the region's fastest-growing cybersecurity and IT GRC firms. So please also do well to visit their website and reach out to them. Okay, so we're gradually coming to the end of our summit, and we just want to, play a little game, and we call this business GRC should not, meaning what business GRC should not be. Okay, so would love you to engage in the chat room as well. So let's go. What does GRC secretly stand for in most organizations before their transformation? Bear in mind, we're looking at what business GRC should not be. Okay, so out of these options, what do you think? What does GRC secretly stand for in most organizations before their transformation? What do you think is the option? Okay, I see someone says B, C. Okay, more responses. Even D, okay? More responses. Okay, so let's see what the answer says. The answer is C. You know why? Let's be honest, some organizations only remember GRC when the auditor sent that email, this is not what it's supposed to be, okay? It is not when you get the emails, the auditors have sent the emails, and then you start to, you remember that, oh, the GRC and what comes with it. We have to pay attention to it. So this is not what GRC should be. And then next is, when do most employees suddenly become compliant experts? Which option do you think is what most employees do? When do most employees suddenly become compliance experts? Okay, a lot of C's. Okay. All right. So, yes, most employees become compliant experts 1 week before an audit. Truth. That's when the policies are opened for the first time, surprisingly, opened for the first time, and everyone becomes very serious overnight. This is not what it's supposed to be. Okay, and then we have the next. What is the most common risk management strategy in poorly governed organizations? What is the most common risk management strategy in poorly governed organizations? Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so when we know these answers, does it actually, is it something that really plays out in our organizations? Okay, yes. The answer is D, you know. The famous let's hope for the best framework. That's what is most popular. So you see, everybody says, oh, let's just hope it doesn't happen. And this is not supposed to be so. All right. So growth without governance is fragile. Profit without control is dangerous. What strong business GRC does is it protects your reputation, it reduces operational losses, it strengthens investors' confidence, it improves decision making, enables sustainable growth. So it is not paperwork, it is protection. All right. So it's been a great learning session today from the very first speaker to the very last keynote address that we've gotten. And the summary of it all is that everything rises and falls on leadership. Business GRC is key if you really want to scale and if you really want to scale sustainably, right? So it is something that we should all take seriously as business people, even as employees, right? So very key and very profound. A lot has been said today, but this is the summary of it all for coming from me. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, panelists, valued participants, as we bring this impactful summit to a close, one thing is clear. Today was not just a conversation, it was a call to action. Okay, we have explored the depth and breadth of governance, risk, and compliance, beyond theory, beyond framework, and into what it truly means for Africa's future. We have heard powerful insights on strengthening governance structures, building risk-aware organizations, and embedding compliance as a driver of integrity and trust. But as we live here today, the real question is not what we learned. It is, what will we do with what we have learned? Because GRC is not an event. It is not a document. It is not a department. GRC is a continuous commitment to accountability, to transparency, and to doing business the right way, even when it is not the easy way. Okay, so a moment where we must choose strong systems over weak control, proactive risk management over reactive responses, and integrity over convenience. And the responsibility lies with all of us, leaders, professionals, regulators, and institutions, to take these conversations back to your organization and translate them into actionable strategies and measurable impact. So let this not be the end of a summit, but the beginning of stronger collaborations, bolder decisions, and more resilient systems across our continent. So on behalf of the organizers, A4S, and of course, the African perspective, I extend our deepest appreciation to our keynote speakers, our panelists, our partners, and every participant who contributed to the success of this event. Thank you for your time, your insight, your commitment to building a better Africa. And together, let us drive a culture where governance is intentional, risk is intelligently managed, and compliance is uncompromised. Have a great day ahead, and we look forward to seeing the impact of the work we have started here today. So thank you very much, everyone. And that's my heartfelt closing remark. And what next? So we had a great time on the call today. And next on our summit lineup for the year is the African perspective on quality, health, safety, environment, and climate. And this will be coming up in May, on the 21st of May. So please make a date with us again on the 21st of May. Would be looking at quality, health, safety, environment, and climate. That would be the crux of our conversation. Ogechi, can we put the link, the registration link for this summit in the chat room? Ogechi or Victory, let's put the registration link for this summit in the chat room. So feel free to secure your seat, and we will meet again in the month of May for a different conversation entirely around quality, health, safety, environment, and climate. Okay, and as you can see on your screen, we have the different summits lined up for the year, and we have successfully executed the business GRC, and next we're moving on to the quality, health, safety, environment, and climate. Okay, so please fill the registration link is in the chat room, secure your spot, and get ready for the summit. And we also have what we call TAS in A4S. This is a free training on sustainability as it were. And the mission is to train 50,000 African professionals and institutions, okay, to train them and be well-grounded on sustainability as it were. Our task delivers structured learning programs, expert-led sessions, and knowledge exchanges that focus on sustainability practices, ESG principles, and SDG implementations. And at the end of the 2-day training session, you take a free certification exam. So this is what we are committed to doing. We have done one already, and the next one is coming up in April, on April 23rd and 24th. Okay, so please watch out our social media handles. You would see when the announcements go out, and so you can register and be part of that free 2-day training. So please would like to have your feedback, and we always like to improve on what we've done, because there's always much room for improvement. So please, let's have the feedback form link in the chat room. Please feel free to give us your feedback. We would like to hear from you what you think and areas we can improve to be able to have a better summit next time. Okay, and feel free to follow us on all our social media handles. We can as well put the social media handle links in the chat room. Feel free to follow us to keep up, to be updated with any other information with regards to our free trainings, our paid trainings, our summits, and all that we have to unpack for you. Okay, so Ogechi and Co, can we have the links to our social media handles in the chat room? Okay, so if you'd like to join our WhatsApp community, please feel free as well. Feel free to join our WhatsApp community. This would also, when we send the recordings and the presentation materials to your email, would also email you the WhatsApp group link. Feel free to join, because we put there all very important updates and information as the case may be, and feel free to reach out to us via our emails and the contact number displayed on your screen. Okay, so thank you, special thank you to the organizing committee, everyone behind the very successful summit we've had today. Thank you very much. I may not be able to mention all the names completely, but thank you very much, everyone, for your efforts. We appreciate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so let's quickly take a group picture. Please, wherever you are, I kindly put on your video, and let's have a group picture before we call it a day. I'd like to see some of the faces, your faces that I've not seen today. I know some of you were smiling when we were taking the questions and responding in the chat room. So it's time for me to see you smile for real this time. All right, please put on your cameras wherever you are. Okay, Oyin, can we take the screenshots? Victory, can we take the screenshots? And yes, I see our beautiful Razia.
Yeah.
Yes, so please let us know. Your camera is not working. Oh, Kamara, sorry about that. Okay, Ogechi, Victory, Owen, are we good to go? Are we good to go? Are we good to go? All right, so I'm going to count to 5, and that will be it. So I hope everybody, okay, the camera looks black. Yeah, I can see others cameras are on. So if you're not able to put on your camera, it could be from your end. Okay, so now we count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for sharing your time with us from 10 o'clock Nigerian time up until this very moment. We enjoyed every bit of associating with you today and interacting with you. And we look forward to seeing your beautiful and handsome faces again on our next summit. Thank you very much. Thank you, and do enjoy the rest of your day. Stay happy and stay blessed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.